And that's about it. Nobody else has responded with regard to music, whether they can hear it. Yeah. Right. Well, I always come back to it. You always come back to it. Right. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I'm going to stop my share right now.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to talking about what you do.
Coffee. Yeah, we're doing a little troubleshooting here. Yeah, we're doing just a little bit of troubleshooting here. We're having a mild problem with the connection that we did not have the last 2 days. And so we've come up with a workaround on it. But we've kind of had to improvise a little bit in order to get that. But we're just about ready, just about up and running now. In the meantime, I hope you guys can hear the music. And we'll be back with you in a few. Probably be starting the program up in a very short while. So tell me. only thing that could have probably supposed to be coming here or something. That would have taken me different. I wouldn't be killed that Huh? Yeah. She logged in. She logged us up. The other people. Hello. I got nobody in the way. She might have been more offensive. She's not the way she's not coming. You might try to walk on the I'll see if I can put it on my WhatsApp. Yeah, I'm looking at WhatsApp right now. No. I got 11 people in here. And now I got 12. No. And now I got 13. He might have logged on to the wrong Zoom. Yeah, he might have logged I can I've got it on
Be sure to get yourself a hand on the National Black Unity newspaper. Hope you're well. Get yourself a hand on the National Black Unity newspaper. I covered a good story on the African Union in Ethiopia and IDs. Let me put this up a little bit so you can see me. So definitely look it up, check it out. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
But maybe you need to go to the website to get more information. Like you put them on valid, like I said. All of that is good.
I think if you have a conference that you try to do somewhere, I think you should try to if you're telling me go to the website and like I try, oh, I kind of try and you can get a lot of stuff. But you have to not honor your product, not a product. was to share screen. You all come up and and so when I share the screen, momentarily apply the screen and
All right, so we're ready now? So we're good now? Yes.
Or, I'm gonna pull this back.
It's okay. That's all right. We're gonna make this work and make sure I get it well. Yeah, that's like.
Good morning. Good morning. Most people will say we're almost towards our regular rhythm of having some different challenges when we start. But we're going to work through those. How's everyone feeling on this day? Okay, we can tell. Okay, we got to try one more time. How's everyone feeling this day? Give thanks. Give thanks. And I'm asking that those that are in the Zoom spaces, we welcome you. We are doing a setup a little different. So it may be challenging for us to put all things in place. I'm not able to see everyone's name, but it's beautiful to have the family united around the globe. Today's convening is going of the 14th annual 6th Region Diaspora Caucus here in Panama City to be exact, gives us an opportunity to really continue the whole vibration of Africa having unity, Africans having unity, and really focusing on practical ways that we may implement all of these goals, objectives, and respective protocols, and having institutions that support that, having structures. That term seems to be drilled in my head now, but throughout our regions. We're very honored and privileged as well to have sisters and brothers coming from not only the 48 contiguous US states, but other parts of the Caribbean, inclusive of Costa Rica, as well as having representation in our virtual spaces in Nicaragua, as well as
recording in progress
in the continent of Africa, in Tanzania, Ghana, of course, now Liberia, we have right here in the house. So we'd like to make sure we give a special thanks to our brother Liberian. And we're going to move right ahead with our activities. This morning, we are opening with the SRDC projects in Liberia. And as I said yesterday, this morning's sessions are really all things Liberia. And we're speaking on the Pan-African Public Library, the project, the Maisha Washington Scholarship Fund, and all of the things that are linked into that as we lend that discussion into investment opportunities in Liberia. So there'll be some video presentations and other visual presentations to really bring that forward. So I'd like to have us give a warm and resounding welcome to the Honorable Madam Louise W.M. Siowe, who is the CEO of SEWA, Liberia. Let us welcome Her Excellency.
Good morning. When you are part of the government, you say all protocol observed. We like to say thank you to the people of Panama and the Caribbean, Central America, South America. Today, It's a wonderful day. It is so wonderful that the dream to connect Africa and the diaspora begins at home. And that is my first granddaughter. Her name is Brittany, but I go into the queue. Her name is Nasa. Nasa means in Kyo, child is beautiful. Nasa, Brittany Nicole Hardman. She will give us an overall view of where we came from and where we are today. And after that, you will see all of the wonderful job that SRDC had done in Liberia with the help of all of the diaspora organizations. I want to say, recognize few people here that have made some really, really commitment to bringing Africa to the West. 2018, I went to DC, I met a lady, a young girl called Kim Po. We became mother and daughter. Kim followed me to Liberia. Before SRDC could even open, Kim came out with women program. That women program to teach them how to make tea out of what we grow on the ground, like moringa leaf, tea leaf, salsa leaf, all those things that grow just natural. Sometimes you don't even plant it, but we did not know the importance of that. So in the audience, she sent a representative, and we want to say thank you to him for coming. So I go back to my daughter, my granddaughter, the first baby, Madame, my honor.
So my name is Brittany. It is an honor and a pleasure to speak on behalf of my grandmother. So I'll be reading something that she wrote. Just a general overview and background of Stillwater and everything they've done so far. So in 2018, Stillwater Liberia Incorporated, a nonprofit organization, joined in partnership with SRDC to undertake projects that would strengthen the engagement between Liberia, Africa, and the African diaspora. As a result of this coming together, it was decided that Stillwater and our SRDC would initially open an office in Liberia that would be utilized as a working base. So that's the history that led us to Panama today, participating in the SRDC conference as a member of Stillwater from Liberia. As we all know, Liberia is very central to the idea of Pan-Africanism, which is the foundation for the kind of engagement being promoted between the continental diaspora Africans today. Today, I have come humble in my stance and progressive in my thoughts about our vision of unity and connectivity as Africans. The SRDC has come to accept the view that the continent of Africa is ours and not allow others to do more in terms of contribution and expectation. This vision has already been cast, and we all must own it as we move forward. We must see the continent and the people of Africa just as the Jews from all over the world consider the state of Israel as their home. We should not sit on the sideline and complain about other groups of people investing more into the continent than ourselves. If others are investing in Africa, we too must invest as a part of our efforts to contribute to the economic transformation of Africa. We must be a part of those who are making history and not just watching from the sidelines as it is being written. Our contributions will be noted, and generations yet unborn will see that we have to provide a cultural inheritance that has no monetary value. This is all the more reason why we must take ownership of development and progress of Africa as our common inheritance. Though this movement, we must go back and educate our children about the connections we have continued to build as a continental and diaspora Africans. We must work together to shape the destiny of Black people all over the world, as well as Africa. We all must be proactive in these endeavors because there is no time to stand still, but create financial, social, and economic opportunity for ourselves as African people. With that said, I will now, or she will now, present the SRDC Sewa supported project in Liberia in the PowerPoint presentation. In that regard, and on behalf of Sewa, I'd like to say thank you, Panama. Thank you to the African people of Panama, South America. When we say thank you to the African people of Caribbean, Central America, North America, we are happy to be here. So again, it is my honor to bring up Madam Louise. We're so proud of her. You guys have no idea.
Now, this is where we make the change. A change. I am going away slowly. She is taking over. Good. Okay. Keep going. Well, okay. Okay, I know you all can read it, but it's preview, not in the beginning. The beginning. Okay. The first one said in 2018. Okay. Okay, at the beginning? Yes. Okay, then you go ahead. The memorandum of understanding between Sawa and Liberia. No. This is almost to the end. Okay. Okay, then keep going. Well, unfortunately, it's not in order. But I can say that you can stay right there and I can explain where we are. Okay. SRDC sent over 20,000 books to Liberia to be distributed in 13 government schools. So as you can see, we are at the distribution from one government school to another. So right now, it's a Peaceville Community School. So we keep going. So we went to Peaceville Community School, JWPSN, Tubman High School, Fawi High School, Lambo Lepe in Kakata. We have Bouvet High School in Bon County. In Nima, we have JWPSN, Khan High School, Central High School, Ban High School, Buto High School, and Samuel Do, Sewa Do High School in Lola Booyah. So those were your 13 schools. I don't know why you're not. Yeah, you gotta go. Okay, we keep going. Those are the different schools that we attend. Mankolope, Kakata, Boga High School, J.W. Pearson, and that's where Bryan High School, and keep going. Bryan High School. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. So the end of the program is the new San Nicolas Central High, Sarah Joe, that in blue. There's pictures. The Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Her Excellency Joel Howard Taylor, called me to her office, and she wanted to know that she had heard a rumor that we were building a public library, and we were also doing book distribution to government schools in the entire country. How can she be a part? What does she need to do? So when she invited me, I went to her office. She decided that she'd come to several offices, our office, to see where the great thing that's happening in Liberia is coming from. As you can see, that's me and her. She's with a student. It was a wonderful day that day, really nice. So from that point, she asked if she can be a part. I told her that we were a non-for-profit. She can join us as a private citizen, but not as a vice president of the republic, because politically, we are not a politician. So she understood that part. Keep going. The PowerPoint will end with the new library design, the acknowledgement. All of the people that have helped to make this program, the SRDC team, the SEWA team in Liberia, the Dr. Laura Heaney, was sent to Liberia by Dr. Barrow to come and help SEWA, because he was an ambassador for 25 years in China. It is upon that he took us to the Chinese embassy. The Chinese embassy gave us equivalent $2,000 for the book distribution. They came to the office, we went to their office, and after that, the government of Liberia also gave Dr. Lloyd a radio talk show called Conversation in the Library. That is yet to be developed. So we have that every Friday when we develop it. We have not yet developed that program yet. So you keep going. Accomplishment. Well, today technology is not working for us, but that's okay. We can give all of the paperwork to everyone. Maisha Washington Scholarship Fund. The first thing we did, we opened an office in 2018. The next one, COVID-19. COVID-19 was a year around the world. Everything stopped. People were dying. Liberia was no different than any other place. So one day I was sitting on my porch and I saw that the police were beating the people. They beat them because we had curfew from 6 in the morning to 12 o'clock. So what can you do between 6 and 12 to go look for food? So I saw 2 or 3 people got beaten. One guy came to me really brutal. I called Khalifa Donso. I said, Khalifa, they are beating the people here in Liberia. What can we do? He said, we can start by giving, what do you want to do? I said, I want to give rice, because that's the thing that people going out to look for. He said, okay. Khalifa called some uncle and told the uncle to bring me 300 United States dollars. That was the beginning of the right distribution. SRDC contributed over 150 bags of rice. From there, donations are coming. Of course, my children are always saying, Mommy, you say you retire, or we paying for you to retire. So the rest of the money came from them. So we gave 2,783 bags of rice to family. I'm not counting. We did not count what we gave to the mosque. There's a place they call Panama. It's a junction. At Panama, all the handicapped people, the older women, their husband died, they are widow, they come there every day, more than 500 to 1,000, so that people can give. There's only one place that they can sit to bed. So, Mr. Donzo has a brother who gave a truck. We took 350 bags of rice to this place. We could not tell everything that we're doing in Liberia. Someone asked me about a book from Charleston, South Carolina. How much does the book cost? For me to talk this on the radio, in the newspaper, and on television. I said to them, if I gave you a gift, and I tell somebody how much I paid for the gift, is that a gift? So sometimes we don't put a lot of price tag on what we do. But Kumasi has really been, yesterday, the guy that I gave Kumasi is really, I just want to encourage all of you. He put Liberia like a blood pressure that you have to take pill every day. So he has been very, very helpful. But where we are today, the final update. So after we did the right distribution, Maisha Washington, I have 554 students to my house on my porch. What do I do with them, Maisha? She said, don't worry. I am calling the gentleman, then they will make things happen. I said, I said, but the old office is small. She said, go find a place. SRDC will pay. And they did. For 2 years, they paid $9,000 every month. She didn't start there. She said, we're going to create a program for them. She was a school teacher. So she had all kinds of things under her sleeve at that time. So we decided to do Pan-African culture exchange. Some students from America, some students from Liberia, they were exchanged. We had Zoom, we were doing it on something with the internet Wi-Fi. So the teacher from the Washington, D.C. will teach the children. The teacher from Liberia will teach the children in the U.S. The graduation was very, very nice. After that, she said, we cannot stop here. We built a library. Where will be the worker from the library? Deborah Wright was supposed to be in charge of the library and creating the avenue for the student to be taught in library science. But then we did not see Deborah. Maisha Washington said, hey, Deborah can't come. I'm here. I don't know how old was this lady. But spirit, she was tough. Really, when she said she wants something, she can make things happen. That was her thing. But if you say Maisha Washington walk from here over there, It would take her maybe 10 minutes to walk. But in her, she was fired up for connecting Africa with diaspora. After that, we did a student program. After the student program, what do we do next? Student program finished. So we created Maisha Washington Education Foundation Scholarship. Today, we have 192 students. 150 are in high school. 42 took the government and LU exam, they passed. So they will be going to LU 2023-23 school year. That's where Maisha Washington Foundation is today. The next one was the MOA. Government of Liberia and SRDC Sewa. The government of Liberia gave 2.5 acres. We have a deed for 1.5 acres. The other 1 acre will be given based on what goes there. So they didn't want to give everything until they see what is going there. So we signed the MOA. And let me tell you this. When the door opens, when God says or Allah says yes, nothing can stop it. At the MOU or MOA, we drafted the MOA first. We sent it to them. When the government got through with that, we had duty free. Anything SRDC server want to send to Liberia, they go duty free, any container. As we speak, they're trying to work with Firestone because Firestone container go to Liberia empty and they come back with rubber. The only problem will be wherever we are, it either go to Charleston, Virginia, Ohio. But I'm sure of Virginia and Ohio. Charleston is maybe like kind of going through, so I have to make sure that Charleston is included, but that is Firestone route. So that's where we are today with the government. Today, the government is now having a meeting on the groundbreaking ceremony of the first Pan-African public library to be built in Liberia. That library is not only for Liberia, it's for the Mana River Union country, which is 4 countries. Guinea, Ivory Coast, 2 French-speaking countries, 2 English-speaking countries. We share one boundary, the river. So that library belongs to them. They are claiming the ownership as we even thinking of building it. The ECOWAS country, 17 ECOWAS countries said, no, this is in our region. We want ownership. So as we speak, the ECOWAS project department will be going to Liberia November 10th to be part of the groundbreaking ceremony. AU is the father to all of us. We could not make it to Liberia if it had not been the help of African Union. African Union Diaspora Department, they told us in 2018, and it's telling us today that whatever it is, we are with you. The only thing that AU cannot do, if AU raise the fund, it must be given to the member state. So we went for the meeting, they called. They said, who will be the person to hold the money? AU said, we cannot give it to the government of Liberia. Not that the government bad, no, that's not what is happening. It is the agreement between member states. If they raise the money, they have to give it to that member state to do the project. But who is the engineer behind the project? SRDC Sewa. I stepped out of the meeting, I called at the home. That day, they were good. He answered me. So I said, Dad, this is what he's saying. Do you have the capacity to be the secretary and hold a treasure for the project? He said, yes, we will take it. So this is where we are today. The MOA government signed to SEWA SRDC. It means we will build, we will design, build, and operate. Dr. Horn thought that government could give us the employee, let it be civil servant. Well, they went into their own pocket and came back and said, no, this is a multi-facility building. You'll take over the management as well as building. That's where the children comes in. We decided to take them from 9th grade to college. We have an ample time to train them. So the first 42 going to college. Next year we add to the college and we add to the high school. But we know that every year there will be 150 students each year until we decide what is our target number. I say 1,000 because this is a 10-story building. We need enough employees. They're not only teaching, the language is not only library science. We need technician. We need plumber. We need electrical person. We need maintenance person on the ground, but they must go to college or vocational institution. Many of our children, they decided to go to college, and some of them want to go to vocational. But before you go to vocational, we do want you to have at least a 2-year college certificate. This is where we are. SRDC project in Liberia. They have done a great job. I told Dr. Horn and the rest of the members, in order to get to AU, you have to start from somewhere. It is good to have a seat at the AU, but we as Africans, if you visit me at my village and you coming to me all the time, but you don't bring me nothing. I dance for you, but what are you doing to impact my life? Because it's an exchange program. And they brought the idea, and today, the library in Liberia has become a history now. It's on the radio right now in Monrovia. People calling me why I didn't put them on the committee. The committee was set up by a government institution. The executive mansion, the president office is in charge of the committee. SEWA office is there, and Minister of Public Works, Minister of Education, the ACA, and many other government institutions, including the Parliament. So that to tell you, to the people of SRDC, 2018 has taken you to a different level. You are now in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Benin, Togo, Ghana. The reason I call these names are people that I know that call me and said, we want to be a part. Mali is on, even Gambia. Because all of these people, we all have global NGOs, and we talk to each other. And they said, what are you doing in Liberia that I can do here? This is where we are. And I want to say thank you. I said it. Sorry, technology didn't serve me where I needed to be. But that's okay.
Stay with us. Let us give another resounding applause. Were there any questions from Madame Louise, or comments, or reflections? I'm sure there's at least, yes, please. And you know what, let me give the mic to you, and we will have the mic here.
Yes. Greetings, good afternoon, everybody. Akila here, Teaching Artists Institute. Thank you for acknowledging Ken Moore, founder of the Teaching Artists Institute. My question, as I was speaking to Dr. Horn earlier, as he was giving an analysis of Liberia, can you give the African Americans that were in America that went to Liberia, and perhaps you may have said something earlier about the two different groups that were in there, or how do they interact with the government, and how is their interactions with each other? I'm just trying to get a general understanding of, because it's my understanding that there were two different groups that came. So and I've heard that before several times. So can you just give me, your on-ground experience of what's going on like right now between these different groups, and what are the forces in place that are, pushing divisions between them, if that's what's going on?
Okay. Thank you very much. The question is simple. There were two groups in Liberia, yes, there were, but there are no two groups in Liberia at this moment. In the 1800s, only 87 men show up in Liberia. The 87 men came in search of freedom. This is why you call Liberia liberty. The 87 men married to the indigenous women. So what did they want? They mix. So way back then, there was an issue, because the 87 men that came, sometimes when you come in a foreign country and you think you know it all, or where you came from is better than where you are, it can create problems. But one thing I can say to people, Liberia is only one Liberia. We do not no longer have indigenous people. Because if I go back, the time I was growing up, my older sister was supposed to actually marry to Togo son. But somewhere she did not like the guy. I don't know why. They did everything for her to encourage her to be first class family. But she did not. When Dr. Horn came to Liberia in 2018, the same question was posed to him. The first settler that came to Liberia, yes, they did a lot of damage. They enslaved people. They felt they were better. You had to bow to them. But today, it's not like that. So life in the diaspora, your opportunity in Africa begins in Liberia. You get to Liberia, you use the US dollar. Tubman is there. Tolbert is there. Coopers are from the island. The Patmos are from Barbados. You see how we mix? So do we have any class system? The only class you got in Liberia is not about your color. It's the color of your skin. It's about how much money you got. So if you work in Liberia today and you got money, you can live the life that you want to live. That will not be taken away from you. As a diaspora African, I don't want to use the word Negro, because that's not something I am accustomed to. I I was not a Negro. So the word Negro for us, we cannot relate to it. But if you came to Liberia today as a descendant of African, you will own a land. You know, can't buy a land. Can't buy a land in Liberia. So there is no problem you owning anything. You walk in Liberia today, you want to have green card and you become citizen, you want to become citizen the next day, you can't. I'll give you one example. Dr. Barra sent the gentleman from her country, should allow me.
Yes, you can go ahead.
I can go ahead.
Yes.
You got my permission?
I did, yeah.
Okay. He arrived in Liberia at visa upon arrival. 4 days, he asked me, I want to become a resident. I said, why? He said, I want to stay here. I said, okay. I collected his passport. Under the NGO, you have the right. You can work in Liberia today. Several Liberia SRDC can file for your permit to remain in Liberia. You pay $150 for the book. Then it said everything was going to be free, only $150. But then they came back and said, oh no, we ain't received the document from the government yet. So you need to pay half of the money, which is $750. So you pay $350. He's a resident with a resident card and a national ID card. So that will show you there is no division in Liberia because we don't have color issue. What we have that divide us is the financial side. You rich, you will live comfortable. If you poor, you will not live comfortable.
Don't say it so loud.
That's right. Exactly.
So can you show the library? The design.
Earlier and just stopped.
I will go to the library so they can see it. I want to make emphasis on the library. Library. The building, yes, the building.
No.
The design.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's a little bang.
This is how the Pan-African Library will be like. And the gentleman who designed it, I met him at the public school we went to distribute books. We teach drafting at the government high school. So we started talking about the library. He said, you know, I can do it. At first I thought no. But in order for him to do, we found someone before and download the story. The gentleman charged her $89,000 just to do swab tests. But this same guy had done 3 designs during early time in the same spot. Don't you think he got the swab test with him? No, but when it came to us, he said we should pay him $89,000 in order to release the swab test. I said, don't worry about it. I called Kumasi. Jeffrey came to Liberia. Jeffrey worked hard. Jeffrey even dug the ground. Yes. Jeffrey worked hard. Jeffrey went with us. The ground is rocky. Jeffrey said, "Y'all give it to me. I have muscle." He dug that thing with digger to get it soil from there. We have pictures of that too. So during that time, the government people from the Ministry of Public Works, we paid them in less than a week. We have subjects resolved. We sent to Dr. Home. We took the subjects and gave it to the young man. He himself went there. There is the engineer people got something that they can work with. I was walking behind him and said, "What are you doing?" He said, say, I'm mapping where the building was centered in the place. He didn't. So I say today, I encourage African American, African in the diaspora, to join SRDC as one diaspora group. You will get to AU, you will get a seat at AU. The rest of the other things that they're talking, policy and all that, that's not how we're looking at it. The ambassador, AU ambassador said what? Bring the technology, right? That's all we want. We need you as our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. What you have learned, Africa need that. Africa don't need money from you. We need you. So today, SRDC is down. King was supposed to come to SRDC meeting. 5 governors from Nigeria. Who is speaking for you? Those are your references. Thank you. Answer one question.
I just know, but the reason I asked you to say is because we're going to move straight into the investment portion. Right? Yeah. And now we're going to take a minute so we can go and specifically look at the investment opportunities that Madame Louise will be able to share with us that are available in Liberia. And it gives us something practical, like we've been discussing the history, we've had cultural expressions. This allows us to see like sustainable economic development, institutions and so forth that we can actually like hold on to and be participatory in. So this should be very rich in what we see here. So again, let's welcome Madame Louise, even though she said, okay, Brother Mike, but I'm going to return the mic to her.
Well, investment opportunity in Liberia, there are so many natural resources in Liberia. In 2019, we had a program called Sustainable Development Goal, using your natural resources as a source of sustainable development. Because in Africa, especially in Liberia, we have a lot of business opportunity. You can use people. We have agriculture, mining sectors, housing, road construction. A lot of programs in Liberia is available to those that want to come and make a difference. Maybe you can keep going, because I don't want to take all of the time. And this is from the government themselves. They send this investment package so that we can show it. Any question, anything that interests you, I can call and they will give us the way forward. They also gave the guideline on investment in Liberia, what you need to know and not know. I know they can read, so I don't need to read. Yes. See, agriculture is one of the bigger things. Stay right there. Agriculture, right now, let me give you something I didn't share with you before. The Minister of Agriculture had a little bit of problem in Liberia. So some group of people, I don't know them, called me. And they said, we want you to represent farmers in Liberia. I said, I'm not a farmer, I'm an NGO. He said, yeah, we're looking for NGO, somebody with reputation. You work with UNESCO, and everything you done for UNESCO is on record. We gave you $1. The dollar will reach to the people that need, that are in need. So therefore, the recommendation came from UNESCO. I said, what do I need to do? It's said simple. They sent a young man from Ghana. He's a project writer. And they asked, how many women do you have to do farming? I ran for representative before. I didn't make it, but I still have the women. I have 5,000 women in my database. So he said, those 5,000 women, can they do farm? I said, yeah. What do you call them? Kwapla. Kwapla means every one of us. Inclusiveness is what I really believe in. I don't like to leave no one behind. So Kwapla, under SRDC, got 4,200 acres of land. In Magibi Kakata, they got 1,300 acres. Bon County gave 300 acres. Nimba gave 1,200 acres. Grand Jida gave 1,400 acres. So you put the map together, 4,200 acres of land. We have a deed to the land. They put the program together and they submitted it. I never had international NGO taking over. I never even got $10,000 in one donation before. I can talk about $200 million. So the money, they are working on all of the details. The way it works is that they will be planting cocoa. The cocoa industry wants cocoa. But for every 100 acres, you do 100 acres of cocoa. Then the landowner gets 10 acres. 10 acres of vegetable farming, so the women can do the vegetable. The 100 acres, 100-day labor will work. On the compound, they will build 15 houses. In the 15 houses, you only have 15 employees. Then the rest are temporary work. That project go to the government. How did they find me to say I should oversee such a thing? We're still waiting for the money to come. But the problem in Liberia is that such a project, only $2 million can enter Liberia at a time. No bank in Liberia can hold more than $2 million. So if we were doing the program and we have over 100 million, the 100 million will enter Liberia 2 million at a time. 2 million at a time. That's the requirement of the government. That Liberia limit. Liberia does not have that opportunity to have $10 million coming into the country one time. It comes in pieces, but it still carries the total. So if you want to do 50 million, 100 million, 500 million, it can happen. It only comes in pieces. This is why World Bank is in Liberia. Because central bank does not hold the money anymore. During early times, central bank used to hold all of the money. Now, if SRDC raised the money to build the library, it goes directly to the commercial bank in Liberia, your own private bank. That's the bank you ask to add the name to the bank. It doesn't go to central bank. Central bank now in this particular government, they only hold tax money, not project money. So this is where they brought the limit down. I don't know what was the limit before, In my entire government business, I only did $1.5 million to renovate the museum and build a national culture center in 3 counties. So we only did $500,000. So that money was in the country. During early time thinking, she's a banker, so she knows the language, how to bring more than $2 million at a time. But where we are today, I don't know the language. So I just leave it on that level. So agriculture is one of the biggest things right now in Liberia. Dr. Pineda, the ambassador Pineda, from her home, we went to the Chinese embassy. The goal was to do rice. Day before yesterday, the rice program was in the newspaper in Liberia. The reason why we don't grow rice, we don't feed ourselves. When we grow rice, it's sustainable rice that we grow by November, we cut November, December, January. By March, we buy cassava beer from Monrovia. Because the people before us, they said these things that they benefit from. I don't know. So we have a virgin land in Liberia. Rubber, Firestone still control rubber. But yeah, what you do? There are 2 rubber companies in Liberia. There's a guy that came from London, and Firestone used to pay the people $200 for the ton. Then the man from London, Maya, said, no, if Firestone gave you $200, I gave $500. See, where there's competition, there's benefit. So now, rubber does not have its own organization in Liberia. They call that Rubber Farmer Organization. So they look for the best price. They use, everything used to go to Firestone, but not anymore. So if you want to do rubber in Liberia, you are more than welcome, because Firestone does not control rubber anymore in Liberia. Cassava. It is cheap to get in cassava business. You don't even have to be a cassava farmer. Because in Liberia, when we make farm, we make cassava. But the cassava is too heavy to bring it to the market. So the cassava remains in the forest. So farms ago, cassava still inside. So all we need, cassava processing machine. Rice. We still grow rice, but we only grow rice at our own level. My family grow rice for us for 3-4 months. Palm oil. Palm oil. Guess what? And here you got vegetable oil here, right? In Liberia now, the Indian control the palm base. They take the palm oil and they process into cooking vegetable oil, and then they sell it to us. Palm grow, you don't even have to plant palm. You can plant the short one, but the natural one, they grow wild. But Indian people control that one, palm oil. So we sell to them, and then they make into vegetable oil. We process it and send it back to oil. Then we sell it, we buy it at 5-gallon palm oil in processing. I would pay $46 in Liberia. Maybe what I'm paying for it. Same way with Firestone. If I want to buy a Bristol tire, my car carries 4 tires. If I want to buy 4 tires, I want $1,500 for that 4 tires in Liberia. Cocoa is the leading today in Liberia, the world. Liberia used to grow cocoa, and we still grow cocoa, but we take it to Ivory Coast. Then Ivory Coast take the credit for the cocoa, because we don't have what it used to be. We used to have FPMC. but no more FPNC. So they created one they call LACRA. LACRA is the one now regulating all these things, vegetable, anything that grows in Liberia. They don't want to do that now. So opportunity is there. You want to buy land in Liberia today? You can. I am building a resort for an African American girl. Born in New York City. She paid for 2 acres. I told her send the money, let me buy it. She said no. You know where the girl bought it at? Here in the US. They deed to her. They processed it. They went to the lawyer office in New York. They achieved the deed, and they sent me the signing paper. Then I processed the deed in Liberia and I sent it to her. So who said let me buy land in Liberia? You are more than welcome at any time. So where we are now, the feeling with agriculture. Agriculture is still there.
Value chain.
Value change. Now, when they come to Liberia is a virgin land. Nothing is made in my country. Not that I'm putting my country down, but the industry of factories to make these things we don't have. When we grow mango, mango waste. When we grow pineapple, do you know that pineapple is #1 in Europe in terms of import, export goods from your country? But we don't have the processing to have it shipped. Like you have here, farmers market. Start simple. Get the farmer product and make a big farmers market. We don't have that. Agro processing, that's another industry that nobody knows. We don't have it. Cocoa, in order to do cocoa, the raw material comes from Liberia and go out. Whereas in Afro, they take the raw material, they process it, you can get cocoa drink, you can get chocolate. Nigeria do not bring any foods that are not made in Nigeria anymore. But Liberia is still virgin. So we encourage, the government is saying we should show this so that all of us can come to the table and make Liberia your first stop. Total time we were the one exporting fish, shrimp. Lobster in Liberia, you buy lobster on the street, $2. They gave you $5 lobster, that maybe 10 or 2 or between 5 and 10. You pay only $5 US. Lobster, so I don't even like lobster because it's too much. Shrimp, crawfish, those were the things that Togo were exporting. No one has taken that yet. That door is open. Chicken, I will go and say chicken. Because from anywhere, from cattle, chicken, animal industry, we don't have. We're still importing. Oh, let me tell you this. When you go to the supermarket in America, Tyson chicken, before Tyson take it from the farm to the supermarket, how many weeks? 3 weeks, 2 weeks? That's why they got expiration date on it. We don't have expiration date on chicken in Liberia. Because it comes from here in a ship. So there's someone to open a poultry farm. Just the chicken here alone. Tomato. We import tomato from Morocco. We take onion from Guinea. Nigeria. That's the love of liberty. It is the liberty that we're supposed to be enjoying today, but we're still far behind. You see, in Liberia, we feel that we are American, we can't get dirty. we citing our pens, like I was on Martin Luther King Drive in Washington, D.C., no, in Baltimore, Maryland, or Atlanta, Georgia on Auburn Avenue. No. So for here, when you are on that end, you can teach all and say, we've been there, we've done it. Now is the time to get serious. Liberia is the only country on the continent that don't have no regulation in anything you do in terms of business opportunity. You go to Ghana as a foreigner, you cannot put money in the bank unless the Ghanaian partner put your money in the bank. I sent a car to Nigeria about March, just for the guy to receive his money grant. Same way, Nigeria said no. He had to find a friend that will go get the money for him. Liberia don't have that. George came to Liberia, his son sent him money. George went to the bank and they gave George his money. And George is not a Liberian. No one asked him to say, we want to put it in Liberian dollar. No. So I can, like I said, business opportunity, Liberia is still a virgin. And the reason is we are still dancing on the tune of colonial American that feel that if you are not American, then you're nothing. So if I go to the farm, then that's not correct. But the days are passing us. Other people are doing bigger than us. So I'm only making an appeal. I'm not putting us down. I'm saying opportunity is in Liberia. That the opportunity in Liberia, there is no barrier that will stop you. All we need is you. And together, we can build Liberia. Sadly, the America carried up, but it left us and didn't give us no guideline, no policy, nothing. So we have to do it ourselves. But we are coming along, and we need you. Remember we are. The major player in the agriculture sector, Firestone, we said that one. Sandali, the oil, the palm oil that they turn into vegetable oil. The guy is an Indian guy. There are other equatorial palm oil that's an Indian. Liberia Agriculture Company owned by the Namunda Liberian. That is in Grand Basin. That's another rubber plantation. So, where can you see us here? You see, what my granddaughter read, it said, we sit on the sideline and criticize and say, what the foreigner doing in our country? But what are we doing? All the industry owned by Caucasian. We can't call Indian Caucasian because they are like, oh. Then you have the Chinese there. All of our road network are done by the Chinese. We can do it. But we don't have the know-how. And that's why you said, African in the diaspora have the know-how. You got the technology. You live it. You breathe it. Teach us. Okay? The forest. The South Park. This park, it has all of the animals. They also have iron ore. And a few days they're fighting over this. They want to turn this into commercial. Some investor came and said they want to take it down. And we are saying, no, we want to preserve it. So that's our national park. The distance from Monrovia to this place is far. Road network is a problem. Mining sector. We got gold, we got diamond, we got iron ore. Let me tell you, I've been hustling all my life. I was a sales lady, but before then, I was hustling. I went to Liberia in 2004. I want to mine diamond. I want to be a gold dealer. So I went. I took 150,000 US. There is a jewelry store in Atlanta, Georgia, said if you bring all the raw gold, you will buy. Trust me. The gold comes like a sand from Liberia. I took it to Atlanta. They tested it, 99.9% pure gold. But that's not all. When you sift out the gold, there is a black dust. That's what they tend to use for filling. Out of your 1 gram of gold, a lot of things can come out of it. Then IBM, before that, IBM came and said, okay, the chip that inside the computer is gold. Can you produce that? I don't have that investment power. Who sent me that Merrill Lynch sent me? When I keep back with $150,000. The diamond industry, I went to New York City, I don't speak the language of the diamond because it's a risky business. So you yourself have to be there to do it, but it is a lucrative business. You can walk out of Liberia with diamond in my purse. Nothing will happen. Because as a raw product, it has not yet gained a value. You have to clean the diamond, you have to cut the diamond before it gets value. So Liberia, you get a raw material. A little or nothing. There's another stone. It's becoming different color. Pink, blue, green. If you go to the jewelry store, they can sell it. That one, that's the diamond camp on the symbol. When you see the rock in that area, that means they're diamond. But they have no value. Liberia also has a rock called bear rock. Like the Chinese not taking the bear rock out of Liberia. Bear rock, you put it in the machine, you grind it, grind a countertop. But raw, we have no value. You have the technology, we have the raw product. And together, we can make it happen. So, I know you, sometimes when I be talking about the I can be so much opportunity in Liberia. They're shaping now. It used to be almost 85% of the ship on the sea carry Liberian flag. Why? They don't pay tax. That's all. Liberia is an easy place where they can put Liberian flag, so then Liberia is a country. Therefore, what country is going to stop that? You can navigate your way in the sea. No country is stopping. This is why Liberian flag is on almost every ship that you see around the world. Today, in 2022, with the help of the Black in the diaspora, you know what it takes. We don't know. I went to Niger. There's a rock in Niger when you rub it, it turns color. And then you can use it for makeup. But it's rock. Because Niger is in a desert. So that rock is valuable to them. You come to Liberia, that rock is plenty in the village. We don't know the value. But Niger have value today. Liberia. So that's where we are. The governor of Liberia want you to know through the Georgia government that Liberia is a home that they encourage all of us to come. If you went to Liberia today and said, look, I'm here to help, you will be welcome. They will put a red carpet. SRDC program was a red carpet. That to show you how freedom we are to connect with our brothers and sisters from the West. Aviation right now is a serious problem. Our runway need help. We need to increase the number of flights that come to Liberia. There are many things at the airport that you can see. Here at the airport in the Western world, you got everything. But at the airport in Liberia, you don't have that many. That's opportunity right there. So why the government put those together is to show that these are areas that are available to you, to us, to come together and bridge the gap. They laugh at us. Oh, the little America in Africa. So what happened to you? We all share the same thing. People from Panama, Central America, South America, Caribbean, we're all in the same boat. The difference between the British colony and the French, they remain with them. But for America, they not remain with us. So should we go back to the master and cry, or should we do it ourselves? So this is where we are. Seaport. We have 3 seaports in Liberia. You got the port of Freeport, Buchanan Port, and Port of Harper Port in Maryland. So that means the ship can come from anywhere in the world. They can go to any of them. You don't have to come to Freeport in Monrovia. So opportunity is there. I met older gentleman who wanted to develop Freeport, the Port of Harper. Housing, real estate. So if somebody have money today and say, look, I want to buy 100 acres of land and build a subdivision. As you build it, they buy it. Because we're not accustomed to that. So some people started doing, the government started doing the little one. The little one with like 30,000. Before they even put market, people are there to buy. And I think they have the Millennium Development, maybe it might be in here. But they came out with a new thing, the building on the freeway to Robertsfield. The houses are very nice. And the building, somebody building that subdivision. It's an investor who came in and said, look, to the government, give us the land and we'll develop. They gave him 100 acres of land, and he's developing it right across from shopfront. People. Transportation. Buses. We have buses in the country, but they're not enough to go everywhere. We have Monrovia Transit Authority. That bus is only in Monrovia. But what happened to the other 14 counties? So the government is saying, please, let them go. Medical. Energy sector. medical sector is another area that anyone who put their hand inside and say, look, I want to invest in that area, you will get whatever money you spend, you can get it in a very short time. Let me give you a story when Ellen came to power. When Ellen came to power, you can still read it. We did not have electricity in the city of Monrovia. A white guy came from Canada and bought the first generator. That generator was giving light to the central part of Monrovia. I do not know how much that guy paid for the generator. But the Russian came and bought it from him for $90 million. Generator. So that guy walked away from Liberia. He took the 401k from all his neighbors and put it together and bought a generator and kept it Liberia. They did not disclose how much the generator was, but I know the girl that was working for me in Atlanta, Georgia. I had a mortgage company and she was working for me as a real estate agent. She quit her job to go work for the gentleman. Then we paid them off with $90 million. Today, Liberia LEC is lying. Liberia, the electrical corporation is still having problems because we don't have electricity everywhere. Even at my house, I get light today, tomorrow I don't have light. Because they keep sharing power. They give power to the right side and they give power to the left side. So if you're on the left side today, they will cut you off tomorrow, I will be having light. Then the West African country, ECOWAS, especially the Mali Union country, came together and said, let's invest in West African power pool. And that power pool is the one that is trying now to bring it into the city. Here, I am from Georgia. Georgia had Georgia Power. Then Georgia had Tyson ANC. Georgia had Monroe Electrical Company, decentralized. Georgia Power is the overall, but then people go into it in different county, different community. The same thing can be done in Liberia. People say we should turn to solar electricity. Before I came, I was looking at solar electricity. But Liberia has a rainforest, a rain heavy. So during the rainy season, you solar shut down. But they are pushing for solar, but it's not working. So right now we go direct. Information technology. We had only 2 telephone companies in the country. 2. They put the telco in the middle. The reason is Orange fee onto the telco and Lone Star fee onto the telco. The telco is the telecommunication for the country. Liberia telecommunication. So we can do the same thing with the LEC, the light, water, and sewer. Another problem. Water goes just the same way light goes. So when you have water and light coming at the same time, we say you got down and go. So those are the things that we say is virgin because it won't cost you too much money to put into it. It only takes the technology aspect of it, the know-how, the engineering part of it. This is a free poor Liberia. They got their free zone. health, telecommunication. At several offices, we don't have Orange and we don't have Lone Star. We get directly from the telco. The whole compound is Wi-Fi. It doesn't go off 24 hours. So we lucky. To get on there, how many person can do it? It takes $1,000 deposit before you can get on the telco. So that's why Orange and Lone Star, everything we do is in our telephone. So when Cliff said, as you Zoom from Liberia, that means that one day to Zoom, I must have at least $500 in data to still Zoom in. Because we didn't do the program at the office. We did the program at another place. And government offices in the US, hey, they don't got Wi-Fi. Well, we don't have that Wi-Fi. We have poor water. Water is life. So I encourage, I really do. If you have the know-how and don't have the money, partner with somebody who has the money. There is a way that you can do it. There are money in Liberia, money. World Bank for money, but know-how is in the problem. So if anyone here got a know-how and write a proposal, we submit to World Bank. Just get your portfolio, it must be rich, that you can do it with partners that you can identify and they can call for references. It can happen. And let me tell you, the U.S. Embassy, if you are a U.S. citizen and you're in Liberia, and you want to do business in Liberia, they give you first preference. Even if you don't have money, they will start you off with something. I can attest to that because when I wrote for money, I wrote for $200,000 to renovate the museum. They gave it to me, but there was a problem. I came first. But then Nelson Mandela has a small project. They call that project Ambassador Fund for Cultural Preservation. So they called me to the embassy and said, as a U.S. citizen, we honor you. But for historical and the African culture, he is older than you, so we have to give it to him. You see? So if it was any other person, I walk with the money. So they directed me to several other organizations. And later on, I was able to get $1.5 million. And when I got the $1.5 million, I put $500,000 at the museum. I reached out to the African library in Washington, D.C. We brought a girl who did the work of the library. We have a museum, but we don't have a photographer, the one who operated the museum. So we had to get her to come. CDC in Atlanta, Georgia, also came on board. All of the pictures and everything that we did for Ebola. Today, Liberia came number 1. How did we get rid of Ebola? U.S. Embassy was with us every step of the way because they feel that when you hold that blue book on the soil here, it's different. But on that side, you are on it. Thank you. We're going to see the small video that the young people made. And after that, if anyone have questions, I know we are many Liberians in the audience. If I don't have the answer, it's okay. We will get it to you. Okay, before the video come on, let me tell you the story. The young people selected the music. They said, well, the years are not equal. Some year you down and some year you up. For SRDC to know them, that means this year we are up. So it is in the dialect. And you will see the rest. Appreciate that. That means something. Amadio. Amen. That's one of the principles. That's one of the principles. That's Dr. Lord. Definitely high school.
She's very passionate about developing that community. So she's part of the voice of the city. Right? Thank you for keep voice to me. You all will
At least we get to see the work that's actually being done and the presentations that are done by the actual students. I think that in itself is just rewarding to see that, and definitely worth a round of applause. This segment is really, it's difficult to close because there's so much information that has been shared. I'm sure there's a number of questions. At the same time, we'd like to make sure that we are able to move into the next segment for this afternoon. So we're gonna work out some details. I'm not sure, I would ask Dr. Horn, are we gonna still leave an hour for the lunch break, or are we gonna shift that to a half hour? Or
Shift it to a half hour. I think we have people on the line.
yes, we do. We have a number of persons that are on the line, and we're trying to follow through with that. And appreciate the patience of everyone that is on Zoom, even if I don't see the names right where I'm at. But I'm really grateful. But I wanted to ask, again, Honorable Madam Reese, to just kind of give us because she was sharing some things on the side that I think everyone should hear, in terms of that some of these students in this presentation have passed exam and are going to be entering university, which I think is fabulous, and also some other pieces. If there are questions, and I want to make sure that I highlight that for the purposes of today, I would ask if you have a specific question to this specific presentation, pose it. But if you have like another additional commentary or inquiry on the investments and so forth, there's another document that you're going to email to us. Okay, thank you.
I want to say thank you very much. I want to tell you a little about the girl that was in the video. This girl, Aminata, comes from the Muslim background. And she came to me and said, there was a culture back then that they don't send their girl child to school. But it's not like that in Liberia. But still, they still have a problem getting support because the family want them to go in different directions. So she came to me and she said, I can make it. I said, yes, if you believe it. Aminata took the government exam, She came first in her school. So you see, we met her during Maisha Washington program. And that's how, when she came to us, she was somewhere around 9th grade, but she had double promotion. That's how determined the young girl is. So many of the children you see in the video, when we were dividing the books, everyone had testimony. Jeffrey adopted a young man. He's in the 11th grade. He can see, but he can't speak. And they were due to either malaria or some form of high fever that left him with that. But this guy, 11th grade, he goes to school. He was not on our list. So Kumasi's son adopted him. We have a young man in our program also, 37 years old, definitely in high school. Jeffrey adopted him because he was above our age limit, what SRDC wanted to do. So Jeffrey said, okay, I will bring him in, I will pay the tuition. So he paid the young man tuition. So I want to say thank you very much. Dr. Hong, SRDC, this is where you appointed me to represent you in Liberia and in Africa. Thank you.
Okay, so everyone,
We're gonna go right for lunch. Go ahead.
Yes.
Let's pick people.
okay. Let me catch myself. And with that being said, we're going to move to the afternoon segment because we have a number of our brothers and sisters overseas that are already prepared. I'll have to ask Brother Cliff to, I guess we're gonna just jump on his computer. There we go. The session that we're following through is on Pan-Africanism, Africa and the diaspora, dual citizenship, the right of return. And as we have Mrs. Nana Grace Abina James of the 6th Region African Diaspora Alliance in Tanzania via Zoom, along with Dr. Hamet Maulana of the Ministry of the Future, Ghana. Again, via Zoom, we'd like to acknowledge who, shall we follow this order? Well, we're following this order. Nana Abina, are you ready?
Definitely following that order here, and definitely acknowledge Philip, for instance, and Dr. Cotton.
5 seconds. I believe in those that know should speak up.
I'm really not gonna talk about you. 15 minutes. Jambo Abina.
Sister Queen Nana Abina, is 15 minutes adequate for you? Or do you require more? You've been quite patient.
Yes.
No, she's not. We should be able to hear her. Nana Abina, we're not hearing you. Yeah, you're talking, but we're not hearing you. Yeah, we really are not hearing you. Because she's not on mute.
Might be on mute on her.
5 seconds, we'll figure it out. On our end, it's not showing you being mute. We have the sound high. Can you speak now, please? No. Okay. Because all of the sound is coming through. Okay. Let's see. Right, Dr. Maulana, could you unmute and see if we can hear you, so we can know if it's something on our side? Please. Okay. Let's see if we can just see if it's something on our side. Okay, so I'm saying this from all line, but this is not. Are you able to speak, Dr. Maulana, so we can test our sound? Well, it appears to be her side, but right now we're not hearing, like we're asking others to just see if we can hear them, and we're not hearing anything. So I'm also asking, Baba St. Gore, could you just let us see if we can test your sound? We heard you all earlier.
You're right.
Speak, Baba?
Yeah, I said.
Okay. Okay, that's what I'm saying. We can hear you, so we're just trying to.
You hear me?
Yes.
We heard her over here on the Zoom side.
Right, we hear. Okay, we hear you.
Let me try again. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, Nana. Okay, good, thanks. We can move. Okay, thank you. So let us move in the direction of Nana Nina. Again, as we said earlier, we are going to hear the presentation from Nana Grace Abina James, 6th Region African Diaspora Alliance in Tanzania. And we're going to we should be staying. What we're saying is just on this side. One.
Hello from Ghana. Hello from
Greetings from Panama. I like that. That sounds fabulous. Greetings, Papa. We're going to do Abina, and then Dr. Maulana, and then Brother Sidney. Great. All right. We're ready for you to show your video now, Nana Abina. Do you have a PowerPoint of sorts that we need for you to be a co-host as well?
No, I'll just speak. I'll just read from what I have. I did prepare something that I wanted to share, but I didn't get to share it. So I'll just go ahead, and I'm hearing an echo.
Okay, the echo's on your side. We're not hearing the echo here.
Okay. Okay. Okay, great.
Your video came off again?
Okay. Yeah, no, it helps with the transmission in terms of bandwidth. So I just wanted to greet everyone, and then I'll take my video off.
Okay, fine, no worries, thank you.
Okay.
Let's welcome
Okay.
Amina, please.
Okay, greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to actually speak with you, considering that I couldn't be there. I hope everyone is having an enjoyable time, and all of the connection that we need to start or continue. I hope all of that goes well. As I was introduced, I am the chairperson for the 6th Region African Diaspora Alliance in Tanzania. And this organization is a chapter of SRDC. I've been a facilitator for SRDC since, I'm thinking, 2008. So I've been with SRDC for quite some time, and have worked on a couple of the conferences that has happened over the years. I'm now domiciled in Kenya. I share Kenya with Tanzania, but most of the time I'm in TZ. And after being here, I came 2002, and it was the time when a lot of the other countries on the continent, their borders were closed. And so we decided to stay in Tanzania for a while, and then realized that a lot of diaspora people from the US and the Caribbean and the UK and different parts of Europe was actually leaving their country and coming to Tanzania. And so just being someone that's been living on the continent for quite some time, a lot of people were coming to me for help, just in navigating the landscape. Some were being some were coming to Africa for the first time. Many actually were going to go to Ghana. And because at the time Ghana's airports were closed as well, they decided to come to TZ. So the fast forward to after about 6 months in, we were up to about over 100 families, and trying to navigate the immigration system, the finding a place to live, learning Swahili. The cry out was, let's create an organization so that we have one central place for people to go to. And so that's what we did. I consulted with Dr. Warren. I said, listen, there is an opportunity for SRDC to have a chapter on the continent. So it still is a diaspora organization because it was created by us, for us, just that we are on the continent. And I think that answered some of the questions that are not questions, but some of the cry from people who have been domiciled in different countries on the continent, and feeling sort of, the term oftentimes used was, we don't have any status, or, some people even ask, could we qualify for refugee status? So, we wanted to start the honing and pulling together of those of us who had decided to come to leave the diaspora of the West and come someplace on the continent. And Tanzania was the place. And so we registered the organization. We actually, on the 20th of September, we just celebrated our 1-year anniversary. We've been operating for 2 years, but as a registered NGO, we've been operating now for 1 year. And the organization, primarily, the membership spans all of the diaspora. So whether you're from the Caribbean, South America, we have people from the Netherlands, France, you know, it's everywhere. And there is a vetting and membership process that we have to ensure that these are people who are descendants of the Ma'afa and who have decided to return to the continent to help to contribute to its growth and development. So there is a process that all of our members go through, and with that we help them to prepare themselves, because sometimes we get in touch with them from their still outside the continent, and so we help them to get documentation together, just what to pack, amongst, you know, a gamut of other things to help them to get here so that they can get to the airport and step out on the continent easily and effortlessly, or as much as possible. And then once they get here, we also help with our network that we're still creating, but to find a place to stay, what areas of the country are good, are better than other areas, which has the amenities that they would want to be comfortable. We help them to network with local providers. So we're not in a bubble, we're not in a gated community, because we're coming back to integrate. And so it's just that we're coming through an organization that understands our specific needs, understand our Western culture that we still have inside of us, but just really have a wide understanding of how to interact and relate to the historic diaspora when they get here. And also with advocacy, that's one of the things that is a part of our objectives. So we have been doing several different initiatives. We've had workshops to help people who are interested in farming. We've had workshops to help people who have started a business to understand how to get their business registered, to make them be compliant with taxes. We've hold Swahili lessons. We do different kind of cultural exchange. We have once a month we show movies from the outside that tells our story, and then movies from Tanzania that also shows the culture. Our flagship activity though is the cleaning up the environment. So in Tanzania, the previous president Magufuli tried to do, he calls it Safi Day, that is cleaning up our community once a month. I think he was hoping to get to where Rwanda is, but after several years, it has not gone over well, or as it should, on the Tanzanian population. And so it's not something that is, some Tanzanians don't even know what it is when we ask them to join us. But we started beach cleanup, and that's been going on now for over 2 years. Now, as far as where we're going, we have started to engage the government to participate in their tree planting program. So there are areas where deforestation is significant, and so we are about to embark on planting trees in various areas. We have adopted a secondary school, and we have already started this, and we're going to expand it where we get career people from the diaspora and have career days where we then explain to them that you don't just have to be a doctor or a lawyer,
because that tends to be what a lot of the parents try to steer their children towards. But we open it up to, even if you're in medicine, the various types of medicine, naturopath, and so we do several workshops and presentations to the young people, and that helps us to start changing the narrative from the high school level to say, we are you. We are your cousins that went away for a long time and are coming back. We are not foreigners. We're not white. And so we should not be treated as if we're foreigners. And so we have been looking at ways that we can start bridging that gap. And working with the high school students is one of those initiatives. We've also expanded to taking on elementary school. And one of the things I would like to ask, even with the, in tagging on to the library program for books that are any grouping of groups of people across the U.S. or anywhere for that matter that would like to donate some books. That's the main focus with the elementary school and academic material, because they're missing a lot of that. And to my favorite part, advocacy. That's where the right to return comes in. So many of you may know, for those who don't, the UN has a part of its, how should I say this? A part of the declaration that involves migration and movement of people, and people who've had to leave their home area or country because of wars or any other, I would say, problems. They could be even famine. But the part of the UN Declaration says that everyone has the right to return to where they consider their home country. I know this as a fact. In my family from Jamaica, my great grandmother, she knew she was from Africa and always wanted to come back. And we passed 5 generations that were not able to come back to the continent. But I made it back for them. And so I have a right to the UN Declaration, which has been accepted by the African Union, which is a part of, or I should say, which is enveloped by the African Union's invitation to us to return to the historic diaspora, to come home and help to build the continent. We're doing that. However, many of the member states have nothing in place for us to be able to exercise the right to return and be able to come back easily and effortlessly and take up our space on the continent. Six Right, I participated in the conference that happened in Addis Ababa in May. We were actively reviewing that declaration and have since reviewed others that has anything to do with us and coming back home. And we found that so many things, whether it's by the UN, whether it's by the African Union, have not been acknowledged, accepted, and implemented at the member states level. So we're still struggling. We, in Tanzania, you're looking at it costs per person, for an adult, anywhere up to $4,000 to $5,000 just to be able to get a work permit and then get a residency permit. So when I sit here in some of these meetings, and I hear even the meeting with the AU and CARICOM, with Kenyatta and CARICOM, or Jamaica, Ado and Jamaica, so many of the African heads of states are inviting the diaspora to come. They are the Caribbean, the Europe and the US, they're all being invited to come to invest and, participate in projects going on the ground and at government level and at the private sector level. They're making these invitations, but the member states, the immigration department, those wonderful immigration officers at the airport, their things are falling through the cracks and it's not getting to them. Because there is still, for a family of 8, to find $4,000 per person, if any of them are under 18, then it's $500 instead of $1,000. It's impossible for a lot of people. And so the upwards of almost 500 people who have repatriated to Tanzania, there's a lot of challenges, a lot of struggles. Some have left and have tried to go to other places. Some have gone back to the US, screaming and kicking, because it was just too much for them to be able to stay in this country. And so I want to bring this up to say that from the meeting in Addis, a high council was created, or is being created, I should say. And I want to appeal to the SRDC and all of its chapters to keep an ear out, network amongst yourselves, share information as much as possible. There are a lot of us who already come and are domiciled on the continent, and we're struggling. People in Tanzania are still having to leave every 3 months to go out and come back, just to renew their 3 months permit. We want these things to change. We will ask all of the representatives that is going to be called to action through this High Council to know and understand what the right to return is. Know and understand that it needs to be implemented in every state. We can help to create what that looks like. We've already done so. It's a part of the declaration that came out of Addis. And we have certain states, certain things are a little different. So we have representative in at least 14 African countries right now that are willing to put their version of what does the right to return look like for that specific country. And so I'm asking everyone to keep this in mind. Lend your hands and time online, connect people you might be connected with that can help us when us in the member states on the ground are going to go to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, are going to go to our diaspora desk and present whatever it is we have to present to them, to say, this is our right. And we need to work together to ensure that we can return home. And you know what we bring. We're not coming as investors. Investors are coming, bring their money, and they're going back. We're talking about those that want to come back home on the continent to live. And so we need them to open the door. We need them to implement the right of return so that we can peacefully repatriate and help because Africa cannot do it on its own. We are needed, we're a necessary ingredient. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nana. Amina. Are there any questions or reflections? Yes.
Thank you, Nana Abena. It is wonderful. It is so great what you are doing there in Tanzania. And to hear about all these projects. And the issue of the right to return and the fact that every 3 months families has to go to another country. Yesterday I brought it up. And I didn't brought up that there is a negotiation within the African Union about a protocol about about the free travel, free move of people. And then, despite the Article 3Q and the African Union, African 60 Declaration, there is a missing link in the protocol. Yes. Thank you. There is a lack in the protocol that didn't take in consideration the diaspora. So when I was in Geneva last month, in August, I brought it up at the UN, the article that you are referring to. Please. I brought it up in the United Nations. Then it came to my attention that the African Union has to implement that article in their constitution, in the protocol. So, also because of the sufferings, we sent a letter to the president, to the GA president, to the African Commission, and also to another institute, whereby we asked them to take, during the negotiation of the protocol, to take your concern in consideration. And I must tell you that I received from the African Union Commission, also from the CEDAW and the President of the African Union, I received a letter whereby they confirm that they received it. So your call to the people here, your call to SRDC is to make sure that they put pressure that the African Union, now that they know what is going on, that the African Union adopt the recommendations that because of you we have done. So my question is how you are going to monitor this?
The question is how I'm going to monitor?
Yes.
Okay. Well, off the top of my head, we have signed up with ECOSOC. So we are a member of ECOSOC. And so I subscribe to the newsletter. That's one. Two, to reach out to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So all of because again, this is an alliance. So we have people in, like I said, 13, 15 countries. that we're working together to appeal to and approach our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and our diaspora desk. And definitely go straight to the commission. I'll tell you something. There was a CFTA meeting just last week focusing on women and youth in the African free trade. And the chair was there. And she was speaking, she made our address and everything. And they had representatives from the 5 regions. They have women, powerful, beautiful women from the 5 regions. And of course, there's no framework for us. We have not been officially included as a 6th region. But I got up and I said to them, I want you all on the panel to know that we're not there. There are people on the continent from the 6th region. We're here even in Tanzania. And we're not on the panel. We are bringing our skills, our experience. We are participating in businesses. We have access to outside the continent. And so we are participating in this Africa Free Trade Initiative. And so we have to be at the table. And she smiled and nodded, and I think just because it was just last month that what you did, Dr. B, was still in her memory. Because the minute I got her and I said, I'm from the 6th region, she started smiling and nodding, and I'm like, yeah, we are here. And so that's one of the ways that we will be monitoring this. Everything that's happening, we're going to find a way to be there to remind them constantly that we're here. And you need to be included. And you need to address our issues at the member state level. Because that's where the real implementation comes in. African say, come. Oh, yes, you're invited. Come on. You see? But even in Ethiopia, can we just show up with our passports and say, and they ask, how long will you be visiting for? And we say, we're not visiting, we're repatriating, we're coming back home to live. No, we can't be, not even Ethiopia, where the AU is, we can do that. So, every effort, every opportunity, we are going to use to check up on them to see where they are, to actually follow up with that initiative that you did, and then going through ECOSOC and CEDAW as well. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'm going to suggest is that I'm sure there's other burning questions on this particular piece shared by Amina, and I'd like for us to move to our next discussant who will share, and that is Dr. Ahmed Maulana of the Ministry of the Future in Ghana. I know he's there, so are you prepared, Dr. Maulana? He's always prepared. Forgive that inquiry. I stand away from that. No, two. Can I just say okay. Something must have taken place. Let's take a moment. It appears that there's one that's the name and one that's in the device. And thank you for sharing your email. There we go. And let us welcome Dr. Hamed Maulana. We need you to unmute. Right. We see you clearly, we just need you to unmute. We're not hearing you, Dr. Maulana, so we need you to unmute, please.
Can you put it in the chat?
It should be showing up on the screen. You get a message. I'm asking you to unmute for multiple, numerous times.
It seems like he's using two devices. We are unable to hear you. We can see you through the Galaxy network, but we're unable to hear you. And, okay, there we go, he unmuted.
He's unmuted, and I don't know if he's freezing up. He's not saying anything. He's unmuted.
Right. Right.
Can't force it.
I don't know whether he can hear us. Yeah, I don't know whether he can hear us.
Are you able to hear us, Dr. Maulana?
Doesn't seem he's able to hear us. He's not responding. All systems are unmuted.
Let's do questions, answers. No, can I ask you? So this is how.
Galaxy.
The challenge is that right now the Galaxy hearing is not muted. But we're not hearing it, but I think that's a bad Galaxy.
Is there any way we can get out of this?
Could you keep speaking, Dr. Maulana, because we're not hearing you?
I heard your voice. Hello?
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Good afternoon.
It's Dr. Malana, am I on?
Yes, we can hear you now. Just go ahead and present, Dr. Maulana.
This is Dr. Malana from Ghana. Hello?
Yes, we hear you. Please go right ahead and share.
Just let me know when you want me to start.
Start. Please start.
Give me the cue when you're going to speak, please.
Yes, you have the cue. Please start now, please.
Give me the cue.
You have the cue.
Start talking.
Go ahead and start.
Go ahead and start.
Yes, great day to everyone. I want to first of all thank the Almighty, and our ancestors, and I want to thank Julie, Dr. David Vine, and Rossi, and the whole crew, putting this program together and reaching out to being here in Ghana, to make it really a statement of where we are. So, having said that, brothers and sisters, I listened to the previous speaker very respectfully. Here in Ghana, if I could just say, I am the CEO and founder of Ministry of the Future. We're an NGO. We started our program as early as 2014. I have been living on the African continent for 52 years. I've spent 40 of those 52 years here in Ghana. Now, if I could just get to the point is that Ministry of the Future focuses uniquely and exclusively, as it is right now, on getting citizenship to Africans of the diaspora. We go on the premise of a right to return. And this right to return has manifested in Ghana due to the advocacy and educational outreach that not only this, but other diaspora, and eventually everyone. And I would say, for my part, from 1990, I myself, with one Africa, Sister Annie Cruz, her late husband, Panama, and other Africans of the diaspora, we engaged government as early as the 1990s. But if I may just add that, all these years we were pursuing citizenship as improved. So many different governments as improved. The late Jerry Roberts as improved. John Biden Ford's government as improved. Otto Mills. And finally, under the former head of state, John Dramani Mahama, I had to go with the assistance of his executive secretary, who was recently vice chair of the African Union, the Honorable Me Kwesi Kwartey. I pursued government of Ghana with the narrative that we have the right to return. Now, one has to understand, and this has to be made clear, that Africans of the diaspora, so we can understand the dynamics of what's going on the African continent. When we talk about the right to return, we have to understand that the continent is already bedeviled with poverty beyond your imagination. It shouldn't be that way. But instead, unemployment, many myriads of problems. And here we come, and the people on this side have not had the means or the educational program sponsored by government. No. I established the program for 17 consecutive years at the W.E.B. Du Bois Center for Pan-African Culture to educate Ghanaians and other Africans throughout the continent that were coming to Ghana of why we are returning and what we have to do. We are one people. What were the dynamics of the transatlantic slave trade that separated us? The Trans-Saharan by the Arabs that happened 600 years before the transatlantic slave trade. All of this has impacted us and scattered millions of our people all over the world. Now we're coming back. But we have to understand, I'm coming back. This is where Ministry of the Future studied this issue very well. Ministry of the Future, as I'm speaking right now, has been able to get approval of over 300 Africans of the diaspora, approval of their Ghanaian citizenship. So we're not just about talk. We walk that walk and talk that talk. and that is extremely important on coming back to have the right to return, because we can do nothing unless we have a sovereign right. And many of the governments, the heads of states, they've been educated by and miseducated to a great degree by Western institutions. They don't understand our problem. So I beg of all of us that we have to take the initiative. This is what we've learned in Ghana. Ministry of Futures learned that. In other words, we have to teach. We have to teach our brothers and sisters on what needs to be done. Because if you're waiting for them to come to you with a proposal or come to you with infrastructure to receive you, I mean, you're dreaming. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. We have to establish that particular platform ourselves. And we have a right to do it. Because we talk about right to return. Minister of the Future was able enough to convince the government of Ghana in 2016. And I'm not just talking, we had it on video when the head of state said of restoring citizenship to Africans of the diaspora. And I'm talking about collectively. Paul, he said, I need no praise from you. I am giving to you a right that was taken away from you. You have the right to return. So this is extremely important. And so Ministry of the Future and the Africans of the diaspora in Ghana, we have used that as a rallying cry. Of course, we recognize the good works of what had been done before us. Marcus Messiah Garvey, he laid the foundation. C.L. James, he laid the foundation. George Patmore, W.E.B. Du Bois, all of them. Dr. Martin Luther King made a contribution. And of course, we talked about Malcolm, Shabazz, Malcolm X made the contribution. We include all of that in our narrative. And of course, His Excellency, the late Osage Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, he made Ghana the Mecca for Africans of the diaspora. So it's up to us, and I would like to share the narrative that Ministry of the Future has learned in coming home. We must be, the right to return should be predicated upon economic integration before social integration. I want to repeat that again. We must come home in the forefront of our minds and our efforts. The narrative should be economic integration before social integration. We will be accepted and respected more if we pursue that avenue. And to support that, what we need to do, we need to really put the emphasis and concentration on a member state. It's good, you know what I mean, to reach out to the African Union, yes, but the bureaucracy of the way things are done and the Eurocentric mentality of many of the leaders, it's going to take a while for it to sink in. So I would say, during the interim, pick a state of your choice where we are going to settle like we have done in Ghana. Build your infrastructure up in that state and come under the protection of the sovereignty of that state. And one of the ways to do, which Ministry of the Future is in the process of doing right now, and I believe this is our future for the Africans of the diaspora to make a smooth transformation into Africa. We must establish an African diaspora business commercial village. We must establish the African diaspora business commercial village with Chamber of Commerce's inside that village. Chamber of Commerce's that represents all of the nationals that were African descendants of the slave trade I'm talking about. We have them that were scattered in the Caribbean, Cuba, Jamaica, Guadeloupe, Haiti, Martinique, Central America, We must have a very particular chamber of commerce inside that African diaspora business development village. There we will establish cubicles for them to come and open up business offices in there to bring their skills, and we will have the linkage with the state house, state government. We will employ as well the indigenous to come in and intermingle with us. We will be working as one. But it will be no doubt of what direction that we are moving. It is an African diaspora business commercial village. Now I say that to say this. Anytime we travel in the world, we can always go anywhere in any nation. You will see a Chinatown. You will see a Japanese town. You will see a Vietnamese town. You will see all of Italian, little Italy, little Ireland. But have you ever gone to any place to find an African town or an African commercial village anywhere you can travel in the world? No. So this is what we have to do at the African diaspora, because we are the ones, in my opinion, Africa will not be able to break out of these doldrums and the yoke of the European Arab strangulation that has been there for centuries unless the African diaspora is infused and integrated into the continent. And by doing that, we ourselves must take leadership roles and not wait for government begging hand to government. Look, the government has a myriad of problems as it is. We are supposed to be coming from the West with answers, solutions to these problems. We're not supposed to be bringing any problems here. The right to return must be predicated upon bringing solutions to Africa's problem. We are the future of the liberation of this continent, but we must prove that. And that's why I said a moment ago, we need to concentrate on a member state rather than trying to spread out and spread our wings throughout the continent. It's good to be in Tanzania. You're in Tanzania. Galvanize that African diaspora community like we did in Ghana. We did a cash flow analysis. My organization did in 2016 before we went to the president. And we showed the president the government of Ghana, just for the diaspora community alone, in Ghana during that time. And I think we used to think somewhere close to about 10 to 15,000, which today are 3 times that thing. But in 2016, we did a cash flow, 12-month cash flow analysis, and showed that we were bringing over $1.15 billion that we were contributing to the economy of Ghana. And that did not have anything to do with tourism. And we said that there's another dimension of generating added value to the economy, that we are like emissaries for the Ministry of Tourism. We can make Ghana the #1 destination for Africans of the diaspora coming to Africa. And that is why Ghana opened up its doors. They could see that we are bringing added value to the economy. So those in Tanzania, other countries, they have to be able to see and they have to be able to identify that we are not coming to be a liability. And let me tell you this, if you don't know it, and I don't mean to be insensitive, but I'm only speaking from experience. When you tell African governments, this is my home, I am from here, I have the right at the airport, the immigration people, they look at you very strange and say, what are you talking about? You have a right to be here, which we do have that right. But we are the African Americans, that's what I understand. We cannot impose that on them because of the Eurocentric educational system that they have had. And the immigration laws, the codification of those laws come from Britain, come from France, come from Germany, come from Spain, Portugal. And those laws that they put there were not lenient and flexible law, immigration laws to allow us to come in. And then the other competitive factor, all of these former masters of slavery of Africa, they also now are trying to come in the back door. So you can see the competition. We of the African diaspora, we are competing also with these Europeans who are trying to come back now. And they see us as a threat because we know how they think. We know the inner makings of their minds, while most Africans don't. And so they see us as a threat, and they will do all they can to punish and blemish our image. But that's all right. For me, I don't, let them do that. But what is important, that we are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade. We must galvanize into a walk unit with unity. And as I said earlier, start by getting 5 to 10 acres, 20 acres of land and establishing the African diaspora business development village. And the village is not for housing. No. You want to get your resident housing, that's a different area. This is strictly for economic development and sustainability economically of the African diaspora, as well as contributing and bringing added value to the state. And we can only do that by controlling the flow of our skills, controlling the flow of our money, and we only can do that by having an enclave like Chinese do. They have their own enclave, like other foreign nationals. They have their own enclave where they can strategize, plan to do things. And that's why I say again that I repeat myself. For us to reintegrate, repatriation should be predicated upon economic integration before social integration. Because if you come in under the banner of social integration, you're going to be hoodwinked, you're going to be bamboozled, you're going to be scammed to the nth degree. You don't know the language. You'll have agriculture. We've been separated too long. And we got bad apples on the continent as well as bad apples in the diaspora. So when you start talking about social integration, your body's down. You're open meat for anyone. But when you talk about economic integration, you're talking about scrutinizing every little penny of pence, the area, the people. You're dealing on a business international level. That is the way we must come home. So I just want to tell you, the Ministry of the Future, we have challenges here in Ghana. So it's not really a cakewalk, but we know that we shall overcome. We know that at the end of the day, the good will overpower evil. And our tribulation, our 400 to 500 years in captivity in the West, has taught us so much. We have so much to give. And we know by virtue of that, that this is a spiritual movement, and it's been already ordained by the Most High. And nobody can change what has been ordained. We shall come back to Africa, and we will be the people to bring Africa back to be a great continent, a great people, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. I'm aware. You are good.
Thank you.
It should be on. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Barbara, Dr. Maulana? I'm gonna say, okay.
We're saying Asante, well, yeah, one more time.
We're saying Sante, thank you, gracias, merci, all of that. You really brought it really to the house.
Yes.
So we definitely are grateful for you giving us a clear voice and vision of how it is to be done, and that we are not to come to the continent in any kind of posture of begging, and we're actually bringing skills, talents, and expertise, and to the best of our ability. So again, another resounding round of applause for Dr. Were there any questions directed to this, or we're going to move straight to Brother Sidney? Yes, okay. Directed. Okay, Nana Amina, can you just hold on that so we can let Brother Sidney of Cabo, the Central American Black Organizations?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, give thanks, give thanks. Brother Sidney Francis, are you, I believe you're still with us. We would like for you to share your remarks and reflections, please. Okay. So you should
Yes. Wow.
Brother Sidney, are you able to hear us? Because we're prepared to receive your remarks, and we just needed to know, we need you to unmute so we can hear you. He's not coming on. So would you like us to open up for the questions to Dr. Maulana?
Yes.
We didn't lose him, he's on the screen.
He's muted.
He's muted. So we're asking him to unmute, but he hasn't unmuted.
Yeah.
Were there any questions or comments particular to either, well, give me a moment. Nana Abina, go ahead and ask your question or share your reflection, please.
Okay, so our approach for the initiatives that are directly coming under the right to return are a little different. Because we were taken away from here forcefully, and we want to return. And so the approach, being that it's an international framework, or it's an international agreed to, I would call it standard of operation, that everyone has a right to leave any country, including his own, and every right to return to his country. Our situation is a little unique because we were forced to change our name. We were forced to stop speaking our language. So some of us cannot tell specifically which country we're from. And then when you pull into the fact, and I'm not making a speech, I just, let me check myself. But when you consider also that these lines were drawn, that sometimes goes through a chart, like you have between Kenya and Tanzania. You have families that are on either side of the border from the same tribe. Now, that's what we're looking for, and that's what we expect from regardless of who colonized whichever area we're choosing to go to. It's an internationally accepted protocol, and it should be implemented by the member states. So along with the approach that Dr. Malone is talking about, and I know him very well. I used to go down to the center. I lived in Ghana, 2006, 2007. I tried to open my business there, and the investment amount was impossible. A wide cross-section of people here in Tanzania, that's the problem. We have 20% of those who are here are retired, so they're living on $800 a month. And they want to be here. You see, they live their life in the US or in the UK, and they want to come to Africa to live. And so that right to return has to be implemented, accepted, and put in place, just like many other countries in this world where you've had forceful removal of people or forceful movement of people. It needs to happen on the continent with the member states as well, because not many of us can come with that. Secondly, it's very difficult to track our investment amount or the value that we're bringing. Because again, the amount that's in my bank account is not commensurate to what is in my 50 odd years, almost 60 years of experience and knowledge and skills that I'm bringing. And so economic has to be a part of it, but it definitely cannot be the entire Ghana. And I still have my family and connections in Ghana, but the weather here, the lifestyle here, the culture here is more suitable for me. So I'm choosing to stay in Tanzania. And we should be allowed to do that. Anywhere on the continent, we sit down and we feel comfortable. And so I want to add to what Dr. Malone is saying, that definitely an economic component, but it cannot be and shouldn't be, and he's not saying that, and I'm saying that. It cannot be and shouldn't be all that we have access to. This is an international right, and it should be implemented by the member states. Thank you.
Comment. There was a question over here. Someone raised their hand. Yes.
So hello, again, my name is Beata Stella Herring from the Republic of Liberia. As I was listening to the doctor, I was also thinking in terms of what I found out since I've been here with Brother Gary. And, okay, Brother Gary is over there. I was about to say, and he's not here. In terms of the sovereignty. If there's a sovereignty that's been approved by the United Nations, then does the doctor and the Ministry of the Future knows about it? Is there a connection between Gary and the doctor? Are they talking? Is he aware? Are the people on the continent aware? And it prompted my mind, because if it's not, then exactly what we're talking about right here, about coming together and being one group, one people, we should have that information. We should be interconnected with one another. And with that sovereign card, as I heard it and got excited about it and want to get one for myself, because according to what I heard, that should make it easy for us to move from country to country, and I will let Gary speak onto that. So between Doctor and Gary, that's my question.
Okay, but before we go to Gary though, I need to humbly, I have to curb this, right? Because my challenge is I needed to, oh, see, I forgot.
Here, you want this one?
I know you want to. Okay. What you said, I had to think about what I was gonna say before I said it because it was gonna come out. Sometimes my tongue is like a sword. So I wanna make sure that I say it humbly. Right? I'd like for everyone to look at this agenda. Look real carefully. Ms. Randy.
Libation.
Yes, all right. Because what you said is really critical. However, what Dr. Maulana and what Nana Abina was sharing was connected to another element in addition to the sovereignty that the chief has shared. So I don't want to try to make it wider in our breadth, only because of the limitation of what we're doing for today. It's not that it's not critical, and it's not that it's not important. I know that our brother here, the chief, has shared certain information, individually and in our presentations. And I would ask that some of this information you already have, but we can actually send this to the elder in Ghana. Okay, so, and I can give you Dr. Maulana's website, and then that way you can have every way to send that. So would that be adequate for what you said? Okay. Well, no, I hear you. It's just that I know I'm the one that gets the stare down. I'm honest, right? And I'm attempting to kind of cover that, but I still would like for the brother to share in a concise way what was shared yesterday, and at least in our meetings. Did Brother Sidney, did we get to with Brother Sidney yet?
He's never left my screen. He's still on my screen.
Okay, we need to look inside of the chat because something is, there's like a lot of messages in the chat. Oh, they're not familiar? No. Okay, Dr. Horn, we're having a difficulty getting Brother Sidney in. Is he on any device that we can put to the mic?
He said he's gonna call back. He's gonna call back.
Okay.
And when he does, he.
Okay. So in the interim. Then it's you. One second.
Thank you. Dr. Maulana, if you can hear me, thank you, my brother, for continuing on with that fight. And Sister Abina, you are always part of the team. You are always in the fight. What we are talking about here is the right to return. How do we get back to respectability, acceptability in Africa? The essence of that is citizenship. If we can get sovereignty later, that's great. First and foremost, what African Americans, what Africans from the diaspora want is the right of citizenship, which means you can buy land, you can vote, you can participate. Now, what Dr. Maulana is working on is helping people get citizenship. What Sister Bina is working on is helping people get legality, acceptability, and move towards citizenship. Both of them are dealing with that part of this movement called dual citizenship. What Dr. Milano will tell you if we could get him to comment further, is that of the almost 300 new Ghanaian citizens, those who have returned home, and those who have now gotten a sense of anchorage, a sense of acceptability, a sense of being home. What they have done is to get Ghanaian citizenship without giving up the citizenship that they already have. They have 2 passports, which means you can travel, you can own property, etc., etc. Giving up your passport from Panama in order to move to Ghana or to any other part of Africa, while that is still part of the process, that is not the essence of the process. The essence is to have both. You don't want to be restricted. Anybody who's done international travel, you know that the document you have got to keep in your hand, you got to always know where it is. It's called a passport. Without your passport, you are screwed. If you're in somebody else's country, you are screwed, and that also means wouldn't be in African countries. Becoming a citizen in an African country, which is what a lot of us want to do, we also want to keep the passport we already have. And that is part of the process that Dr. Malana is working on in Ghana, and there's some other people working in other countries. And that is part of the ultimate aim that Sister Abina is working on in Tanzania. So the only comment I want to make is that this discussion about citizenship, maybe sovereignty at some other point along the road, is a crucial discussion. Trump is not going anywhere. There are crazy, crazy people in the United States who are still angry that they lost the Civil War. And because the American educational system has not taken that out of them, they still believe that they can win. And they can buy AR-15s at will. We can't. Black people cannot buy weaponry and bullets as easily as white folks. There is a part of the American population that is quite ready to try to eliminate the black population. There is a chance that we will be moved against. And where are we going to go? We can stay and fight, and we will win some battles, but we will lose the war. We are not armed like white people are in the United States or in any other white area. We need to know where else we have to go. We need to have a place. Africa is the place, but we have to have some kind of legality, some kind of protective shield. And I see Sydney there, and it's much more important for us to talk to Sydney than for me to continue this. But we need to have a discussion about this. Hello, Sydney. He's not here yet?
No, he's there, but he needs to unmute. He's there.
He's going to be some area.
Okay. But Dr. Holman, I can answer your question, but I'll let Mama say.
Sydney, we see you waving. Are you on mute?
No, he's unmuted now. He's being able to speak.
Can you speak, please?
Hello, greetings.
Yes!
Greetings from Nicaragua. I am located on the Caribbean coast of Nicaragua. In the home of most of the people of African descent in our country. And Nicaragua is a multi-ethnic country, pluricultural country. And here we are dealing in the spirit of our ancestor. Nicaragua is part of the Central American Flag Organization, and this geographic area, we are making all the effort to pull ourselves together to build that unity, and we are working hard, connected with all what is happening through the SRDC, and looking forward for that important moment when we could go to Africa without facing all the difficulties that were mentioned by Nana Amen. After, I guess that's what the part that I was listening to, even though my internet is not too stable, but after listening to Nana Avena, the challenge becomes stronger and stronger, and I ask myself, I wonder if Africa wants us. Why it's so difficult? And but we're looking forward for I would say, the future generation could have it much easier. You know, it's hard to acknowledge when the country that you're living in, and people tell, hey, go back to Africa. You don't have to go back to Africa. Then Africa tells you, no, go back to where you come from. No? And I understand because we know more. I think we know more than Africa than what Africa knows about us and this end. Nonetheless, the Central American Flag Organization is approximately 30 years old, and since the last 30 years, we continue picking up ourselves beyond the border of the different countries that make up Central America. I was a member of the directing board of CABO, and actually, I am dedicated to politics. Dedicated to politics. I am a member of the Central American Parliament. Another member of the 20 representative of Nicaragua State in this parliament, and we are working precisely to integrate the people and to integrate the country from important step that the leaders of Central America had made in order to first to establish peace in our region that throughout these years had been in ups and downs, no? War on this end, war on the other end, and fortunately, we were able to at least reach, or the head of state in Central America were able to reach to the agreement that is necessary to declare this region as a zone of peace. for the development and stability of the people. So, in that spirit, the Central American Parliament, which is composed of 120 members from different Central American countries, including Dominican Republic. And one of the things that I think Nicaragua is the only country that at least have two people of African descent in this parliament. Two people of African descent that assume their African ancestry. You have other people that look like you and me from Panama, from Dominican Republic, but they are anything else less black, less African, belong to African ancestry. So all of these things make it difficult. But we know why they are acting, I would say, that way, why they don't assume their African identity. So, but the important thing is that we debate it, we dealing with this issue, no? So that's why I said the question of unification, of reunification, to build unity in this whole diversity is one of the greatest challenges that we have. I don't think that we must think of going to Africa in pieces. We need to go to Africa as a whole, and we need to be received in Africa just how we are. It has been said that we didn't decide to be here, but well, we are here, and we are part of important contribution to the development of the country where we are now. So, as Nicaragua, the member of the Central American organization, member of the Central American Parliament, we also looking forward to strengthen the connection between Central America and the African continent. So I think the work that we are doing to SRDC is what we need to really strengthen, what we really need to consolidate, so that everybody can be taken into account. Our immediate forefathers or immediate grandparents, the majority of the black people in Nicaragua, grandparents is from Jamaica, is from other Caribbean countries. Unfortunately, Jamaica don't, I would say this, Jamaica don't know much about us neither. I think we follow up what is taking place more in Jamaica and the rest of Caribbean countries than what they are, than what they take into account the happening in our country. So the challenge becomes very, very, very great because we putting ourselves together in Central America. We're looking for the connection with the Caribbean. The Caribbean making some important steps for reparation, but we are not on that page now. So I think the reason of SRDC celebrating this conference in Panama, which played an important role with the black presence in this region. This conference is a historic conference, even though some of the members of SRDC been to Costa Rica, have been to Nicaragua, have been to Honduras, because that is what CAO, some of the things that CAO will do. In every year we celebrate our AGM in different countries of Central America, and including the diaspora of Central American in the United States. No? So I trust and I am convinced of the success of this conference will enable us to see the road a little bit clearer, no? And both Nana Avena and Maluma stated clear, you know, and we need to stress on the question of economic integration versus social cultural integration. I think we need to first empower ourselves with the process that is going on. Unfortunately, we don't. The thing of integration is not easy. It is not easy because the one that has the possibility, their contribution is very, very good. And this draw my attention to what one professor told us in a class that the question came up that, wow, in the world you have a lot of like people that have money, that are billionaires. So the professor said, no, they are not black, they are millionaires and they are billionaires. You know, so this thing of the economic integration is very important. We have to work on it. As I said, looking forward to strengthen this connection, and I embrace the opportunity to greet the ones that I knew already and the ones that I'm knowing now. It's just like the same process that we are going through. We get to know each other, we're picking up ourselves, and from this we continue forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Is Abina still on the line? I ask you.
Abina, sister.
I'm still here.
Did you
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you, Mr. D, and thank you, Mrs. Francis.
There you go.
Bridget.
I really can't hear me good.
Okay. 570.
Well, you don't say 5, you just say Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas. Abina, you had a comment?
Yes, I do. Okay, and I'll make it fast. But the first thing I'm going to say is, hi, Baba Sydney. It's been so long. I'm so glad.
Very long time. So here we are.
I'm so glad to see you.
Likewise.
Yes, and I need your email and phone number. Okay?
I will post it in the Kumasi have all my information. I know where to find me in the whole Central America.
Okay, great. Okay, I'll put it in. But it's great to see you.
Likewise.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so to address a little bit to what Dr. Horn spoke about, citizenship and dual citizenship. It is on the agenda. However, it is convoluted, and it is going to be challenging. And there is a certain order based on my experience, because as you know, I've lived in a few countries, and the laws or the order in which the countries approach this is different. It is also impacted by who colonized them. It is impacted by, of course, who's funding them, but also the culture. So, real quick, if you heard about what was going on in Tanzania recently, when somebody from UAE or Dubai or somewhere up there came in with money, big money, to take, to use some of the land that the Maasai used to graze their cattle as a private game reserve. And they were actually being removed from their land.
Right.
Now, this people that's been there, citizenship, they don't even know what that is. They just know for thousands of years they're been there. And all of a sudden, yeah, they're now being removed from the area. I just want to throw that out there. Many good things I won't be able to discuss, but I just want to drop some nuggets for people to bring into the discussion and into their thoughts. That's one. Dual citizenship will, some countries on the continent allow it. And those who didn't but now do, have done so because of lobbying and pressure by their own diaspora. Their own diaspora have their ear and their attention more than we do. So some places we have to trail behind their diaspora in order to even get certain places. Kenya, for instance, Kenya now allows dual citizenship. However, for a historic diaspora, as actually not even, just for someone who, there is a difference in how if you are a Kenyan, because it's a patriarchal society, if you're a Kenyan man that marries a foreign woman, the timeline and the requirements for that woman to get her citizenship is different from if it is a Kenyan woman that marries a foreign man. Then I would throw in, let's say, Ethiopia, for instance, now. Ethiopia acknowledged the Rastafari community. They have been living in the country. You know this because you and I went to Ethiopia when I held that conference. And some people have been in Ethiopia for 35, going on 40 years. Stayed through some of the wars and things that had gone on there. And still did not have, not even residency, much less citizenship. And finally, they now have, after pressure, international pressure, they are now giving Ethiopian, those in Ethiopia who've been there for all that time without any paperwork, residency. And it's 5 years renewable. You can renew it. I just dropped these to show you the differences when you go from country to country. In Tanzania, they don't have dual citizenship. Many of from our evaluation, much of the track has to be getting into the country. Liberia is my perfect example. Getting in the country, we get some permit to stay in the country until we file our paperwork for residency. And we get residency with no question. We don't have to have a job. We don't have to start a business in order to get residency. And then through that residency, while you're a resident, you can then apply for citizenship. It's 5 countries. We should not have to, everybody that wants to come go to one specific place, because we were not all taken from one specific place. You see? And the last thing I'll say towards that is, I'm glad to hear what Baba Sibi said in terms of the Central American Parliament. Now, we have to get our people ready and moved into positions of power, positions in the AU, because we have to address it at several levels. Yes, we'll have our investment section, but I don't want to walk into a country, step off a plane, and because I speak English, they see dollar signs. No, there's a moral right and responsibility. I did not ask to be taken. I didn't have to pay my fare. My ancestors didn't have to pay to leave. So I shouldn't have to come here with a suitcase of money first. I will walk with that, because you need money on the ground to do stuff. But that should not come before me as an African, that moral responsibility, that right to return to wherever I feel my ancestors came from. And so, with the High Council that's being created, from the Central American Parliament, it means that there are some people out there who are who would have that experience, governmental experience, and knowledge to be able to take up some of these roles. We have to go with this from all lanes. So for those in Sierra Leone that's going the blood test route, go ahead. Let the government accept that blood test or that DNA test or whatever it is and give you all your citizenship. Ghana says you don't have to show a test. Wonderful. I have several people going over in almost, I would say, close to 50 that have been in Ghana and are working on finding their way to getting citizenship. You have to, there's a different, several different paths that you have to take. So I just want to throw out there to say that culture, understanding the dynamics in these countries, the culture, the laws of these countries is important for us to know, because we need to figure out, we need to come at it from different levels. AU has to be in there. The governments and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have to be in there. You see? And then informing and educating the people. Last thing I'll say, the Tanzanian president did a public service announcement. It's been running on the radio several times a day, telling people, treat the investors that are coming to invest in this country well. Treat them nice. Don't overcharge them. You know, because of course you open your mouth and start speaking English and the price triples. And she's trying to reprogram Tanzanian minds towards investors. Again, there's an elder right now that is wheelchair bound, that is retired. She is not coming as an investor. The Tanzanian people need to also know, just like she did, I recommended like how she did that PSA for investors, she needs to do one for all of the local people, the people in the market, the taxi drivers, to say, we are the cousins coming back. Treat us like family. Know who we are. Support whatever we're doing. It has to come from bottom up and from top down. Thank you.
Asante sana.
All right. With respect to issue of citizenship, I want to talk specifically about Liberia. When Liberia started as a nation founded by Black people from America, at some point, citizenship was restricted Liberians. Native Liberians were not considered to be citizens. I think it took more than 70 years before citizenship was extended to Native Liberia. But then in recent time, what was put in the Constitution back then was that citizenship is restricted in the Constitution to black people, no white person is supposed to be citizen in Liberia. But then the same Constitution also said, if you left Liberia and came to America or go to another country and became citizen in those countries, you are no longer citizen in Liberia. So for the past 10 years, our advocacy has been that those of us that have taken citizenship in other countries, we must be considered to be citizens in Liberia, that our citizenship is the citizenship of birth. Despite the fact that we have taken citizenship in other countries, our citizenship in Liberia cannot stand. So the advocacy has been going on for more than 10 years. Just recently, the Liberian government has approved dual citizenship. But I think that dual citizenship is mostly for those of us that have come to other countries and taken citizenship, and those of us that also served in foreign military, because that was also clearly stated in the Constitution, that if you at any point you serve in foreign military, you no longer Liberian citizen, and that applies to some of us. So it has been a long years of struggle for us, native born Liberians, to get our citizenship right back, that I can still be citizen in America by paper, because that citizenship is by paper, wherever I get here. But when I get in Liberia, citizenship by birth. So that right has just been restored for thousands of Liberians and our children born in America and other parts of the world. I just want to throw that in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Turn this off here. Dr. Chen, if you please, can I give you back the mic? We can have a larger discussion about this issue. It is critically important, but we also need to get to the SRDC business meeting. We can postpone it until later if y'all want to have a discussion. But we need to decide now. She had a question or a comment, right? Then let's continue the discussion and the questions, and we will just postpone our business meeting until later. Let's do that.
Are we coming back here for the business?
Yeah, we're gonna have a business meeting.
What time? 4 o'clock?
I don't know what happened to go. Let's finish this first, and then we'll chat on the business.
So, what I was going to touch on was exactly what Brother Fasiki touched on in terms of the connection of dual citizenship with the Republic of Liberia, because he spoke about the fight that we've been having as Liberians outside of Liberia. And that restriction was due to political reasons. Right. And so we fought for that, because after the Civil War took us all over the world. So it was not the intent to give up our citizenship rights, but because of necessity, right? Survival of the fittest, wherever we found ourselves, we had to abide by the rule in order to be able to get those things that we needed, particularly for schooling purposes. If we had to go to school, then in order for you to get grants or scholarship or whatever, you have to be United States citizen. But going back to where we're talking about we as a people on the continent of Africa, Liberia was a place designated straight up, right? In the Constitution, it was a place for all black people to go to. Exactly. So in my mind, that automatically gave you and me and everybody citizenship to Liberia with all full benefits and rights. But because of what you said.
And it wasn't in the Constitution that way.
Yes.
And then they took it out.
Yeah. But they didn't take it out per se. What they did, they rewrote a portion of it, political reasons, to block us from coming, because there was a fear that we get educated, we come back, and then we take over the government, more or less.
Or we buy all the land.
Yes.
And keep those who are naturally there, we get in their way. They get that land.
Right.
That's the fear.
That's the fear. Yeah.
So in terms of that, African Americans particularly already knew or don't know, because that's the education and situation that we've been having to educate our cousins, right? And it's taking just most recently for us to come into turn, for us to begin to educate each other, to Liberia, getting to know Liberia, the history of Liberia, and what our rights are. So because of that, now that is open this year, is the bicentennial of the Republic of Liberia. So within this bicentennial, they chose this year to legislate officially, signed by the president, that Liberian citizens can take their rightful place back, and African Americans can take their rightful place back.
Yes. Except that the legislature is still fighting over African Americans coming over and getting the dual citizenship that was in the Constitution because of the land question.
Right.
Mainly the land question.
But when it comes to Liberia, the fear is mostly of white people than black people from here.
Although when I was last in Liberia and I had long talks with some of the legislators, they were clear that, listen, we definitely want African American investment. We definitely want African American cooperation. We want all of them. However, even though the original Constitution said, yeah, when you are an African American, you instantly get citizenship, that's fine. We're not doing that anymore. The problem is that when you come to Liberia and ask for or get your citizenship in Liberia without giving up your citizenship in the United States or France or Spain or whatever, and you do something wrong, if you get on a plane and take off to go back to your other home, before I can get to you, I have no authority over you anymore. So whatever you did, you raped somebody, you murdered somebody, you stole money, you became a criminal. If you can get on the plane and get out of the country before I can arrest you, I have no authority to get you back. So that you can commit crimes without punishment if you have dual citizenship. So we are wary of allowing you to have that.
Yeah, but the answer to that question is, a natural born Liberian citizen commit crime and leave. That depends on if there is an extradition certificate between Liberia and that country where that citizen is.
If you have dual citizenship with the United States, if you run away to the United States, there is no extradition treaty. You got away with your criminal activity as long as you don't come back to Liberia. You are now in the United States with whatever you did. So the legislature, that's why they're having trouble with granting dual citizenships on a regular basis.
But let me just say, since you were last there, and the pressure that was put, particularly we have two bicentennial The bicentennial 2021 of the historic Providence Baptist Church, which was the first church.
I remember that.
Right? And then this one, the bicentennial of the Republic of Liberia, has changed the legislature and the president did sign. So if you went back later on this year, next year, there will be a different conversation from the conversation that you had. I also wanted to share with all of us that in terms of their colonization society, the Princeton University have a big study going on with colleges. They discovered that the colonization society was started in New Jersey. So they're willing to make some sort of a collaboration to, in terms of that, and to the Republic of Liberia. So we've been in talk. That's great. Yes, we've been in talk, and outside of Sarah, the international liaison between the historic Providence Baptist Church and the historic Shiloh Baptist Church in Trenton, New Jersey. And in October next month, there's a After Lives of Slavery Conference going on in Liberia from October 17 to the 19th. And it's going to be in Liberia. And it's going to be so I'm taking a delegation from Princeton University to Liberia, and that conference will be held. It's important. I'm sharing the information, and you can Google it after Lives of Slavery and get the information and registration. It will be soon, so you can also have the opportunity to listen in. And it is an international conference jointly organized by the Princeton University Theological Seminary and Howard University of Divinity, the Smithsonian, the National Museum of African American History. So there's a movement that's going on in terms of that. So that's something that we need to be knowledgeable. We all need to be knowledgeable and aware of, so that we follow and learn about what is going on and how it's being done.
We will try to make sure somebody from SRDC shows up or get the information after the conference from you, but we will make sure that we address that issue. Understand clearly. There will be a return, a mass return. There will be a mass return of African Americans, Afro, French, Afro, whatever, from the Caribbean, etc. There will be a mass return to the continent. That is coming. That is not going to be stopped by anybody or any circumstance. The issue is going to be how will Africa deal with this incoming group of people who are not being taken up, brought in the way they were taken out. They'll be coming in on their own. Dual citizenship is going to be a major issue in that return. When it is available that I get a new passport when I come to whatever African country I decide to come to, and I keep my old passport, then I'm okay. I feel protected. I feel whole. I feel welcome. I feel like I'm ready to do a bunch of other stuff. However, a lot of African governments are still not at that level of allowing African citizenship while you still hold a French passport or a German passport or a Dutch passport or an American passport. And I understand why they are nervous about that. But I do know that is going to be a major issue. We're not coming if we cannot have dual citizenship. We're not giving up what we have to come to Africa. We love Africa, but we're not going to give this up to get that. And that's going to be something that African countries are going to have to grapple with.
And it's vice versa, because that's what we have to do, because we have our US gospel. And now that it's been signed, we can like your gospel, because we're not willing to say, this is my home, this is my motherland. You know, that's why whatever. So you're not going to tell me to give that one.
Exactly.
And go to the United States or to Panama or whatever, because I have the citizenship.
And that's a very good point that we all have to address.
And it's education on both sides.
Exactly. Is Avina still there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, she's still there.
Do you have a parting comment, my sister?
I want to say something
Question?
I want to say something before,
Okay.
I've been complete. During the Liberian bicentennial, they invited African American or African in the diaspora to come to Liberia for citizenship. She worked, but how to organize the number of people to come to the bicentennial to give them that right at that time, she could not hold the number.
Right.
Because the time was a little bit short for us. But yes, the president of the Republic of Liberia, they extended invitation. Just as they did in Ghana, as many people that was going to be at the bicentennial program, that was where the declaration was supposed to be signed between the African diaspora and the Republic of Liberia. She did work on it, but
we were not prepared.
Yeah, well, because
this time.
Right.
Hopefully there'll be a next time.
Right.
And if there is, we will.
Question coming. Yeah, but one thing you can do, you have the opportunity. You're coming to do a groundbreaking.
Right.
That's where you speak on that, and you now can tell them how many African in the diaspora that are willing to hold 2 passports.
Okay.
I have mine.
Okay.
And I can show you some that came to me from the US. I got.
I will definitely do that. I will speak on that. But look, 15 years ago, the United States would not allow it. They said no dual citizenship. But then we found out they were allowing that for Israelis. They were allowing that for white Canadians.
Yes.
But then what do you mean we can't have dual citizenship? The State Department has changed its policy.
Right.
We can now get dual citizenship at any African country except Zimbabwe.
Okay, but here's the thing. During the program in November, the senator from the parliament that was heading the dual citizen program, what did he say? Right. He said, the dual citizen program is not in Liberia. It is in the US.
Right.
Okay. Back in the 60s, there was African American officer that came to Liberia. He went to the bar and he killed someone.
No.
And then right over and then left. Right?
No. When the Liberian government reported that to the US Embassy, they said to him, he is in your country. So you deal with him the way the law of Liberia will deal with him. But keep in mind, white American committed crime. They took them out of the country and the government. But that black guy remained in Liberia and served the time. That was Tottenham time, before Togo took power. And he was among, I can't go into that part. But that I'm saying to you, the problem is not on that end. Because for us, the Constitution said that anyone that is Negro descent, Lebanese have been living in Liberia for generations. Indian have been with us for generations, but they can never hold a Liberian passport, citizenship. But you as an African American, you as an African in the diaspora can walk into Liberia today. Like my granddaughter was born in Atlanta, Georgia. She will get a passport. Many have come and gotten a passport. Now, you can politicize, or you can do it in a way that the US government is not putting pressure on us. Because it is not us, it is here in the US. That's what our young men were telling you, the senator, saying that the American government is saying, what happened to you? So that part of the law needs to be solved. That's the only place that hold you. But if you come to Burma and say you want a passport, you at the home will walk out of Liberia with a passport. That's how easy it is. Yes. Not that we're selling it illegally, but the door is open to you. Okay.
Excuse me?
You still have any people on the phone?
Pardon me?
You still have any people on the phone?
There are people that are still on the call, and I thought that the intention was to do the presentations on this side, but we're continuing discussion, and we still have the system and brother member.
Yes.
You have another reflection, Nana Abino?
Yes. Well, it's never a question, it's a comment. But okay, so as far as Liberia, I wanted to ask, do you think the opportunity will come again, where that like what had happened at the Centennial for those that come to Liberia to get citizenship? That's one question. But along with that, I wanted to say though that actually a family of mother, father, 2 sons, and 3 grandchildren were here in Tanzania. And saying leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. And they did ask me about Liberia. And what was the process? And Sister Sarah, I spoke to you about this. What was the process to come into Liberia and not to have to leave? Now, one of the main reasons why they didn't eventually come, and they left Tanzania, went to South Africa. South Africa has its challenges with giving people residency. And so they ended up just leaving, I think 3 weeks ago to somewhere in I think it's called. One of the challenges was the sons were working remotely. And they had gotten feedback from people that in some areas in Liberia, the infrastructure is not in place to accommodate working from home successfully. And, in the discussion with people here, I'm saying there's some places that it might be easier to get residency. And I know we're talking about citizenship, and I'll say something towards the difference in a little bit. But in terms of getting residency, some places, they're smaller, less infrastructure, but it might be easier for them to actually amend their immigration rules or laws that will allow us to, when we get there, just declare that we're coming here to live and then give us 2-year residency, 5-year residency, or whatever. Now, as far as the process to get citizenship, in almost all of the countries, you get your residency first, and there's a certain amount of time. I think in Ghana, it's 3 years under this proclamation. Because again, the immigration laws have not changed. What's happening in Ghana is a presidential, intervention, for want of a better word. And so for those places, it's some people, the first thing, can I just come sit there and sit for a while? You know what I mean? Start integrating into the society for a while. Some people do understand that. And it's okay with getting your residency first, because that means you don't have to leave every 3 months or 4 months or 2 months. And then, whatever the process is, if it's 3 years or 5 years, in America, many people don't know this, but in America, you have to get your they call it the green card, the alien registration first. And then you have to live there with your green card for 5 years before you can apply for citizenship. People don't know that, especially a lot of those who are coming to Tanzania. So when they come and they realize, hold on, I can't just get off a plane and get my passport stamped and I'm fine. No, America does it, and many other countries do it. So some people do, once they know, they do accept that track. And Dr. Warren, I don't know what percentage, but I'll tell you, there is a significant amount of people that have no problem giving up their American citizenship. They don't mind swapping that out. The fact is, whether it's dual citizenship or giving up your American citizenship, getting anywhere near citizenship is a challenge for many of the African countries. So whether it's dual or one alone, in Tanzania, you can't buy land if you're not a Tanzanian. So you do have.
If you're not a citizen, in most countries, you cannot buy land.
Kenya have adjusted theirs. And again, they're neighbors, but there's significant difference in the member states. And that just goes back to what I said earlier in terms of we have to understand which country, what are the laws in the country, and then have a plan as to how we approach the government to say, hold on a second, this is hardship. This is financially impossible. This is socially impossible. We have to change those so that us who are coming back can come back without it being such a hardship. Some companies, some people who want to open a company, in Tanzania, it's 500,000 American dollars you have to have if you want to own your own company. If you're going to partner with a Tanzanian, yes, it goes less. It comes down to 300,000. But who has that kind of money? In Ghana, if you want to open up your own company, the investment amount is high. I know there was some talking to is high. So all of these things, you see, can be impacted if we, one, have people in positions of power, whether it's coming through the 6th region via the AU, and start the lobbying from inside, and then also us from the outside lobby as well. But I think that we have to approach it from all the different angles. So just to say why you can answer me in terms of, like I said, there's some people, that one family have left, but other people have talked about Liberia. And I keep telling them, if you want infrastructure to improve, you're gonna have to, it's okay for you to go and to contribute to it getting better, but that's a hard sell. So maybe if, the granting the residency upon arrival, maybe getting the citizenship upon arrival, or, a short time after being there would help some of the talented, skilled, experienced people to come into Liberia and to contribute to building the infrastructure that would encourage more people to come. Do you think that's going to happen? That offer?
Is the offer still on? Yes.
Ah, wonderful. So I'll tell some of my peeps over here that want to come. And last thing I'll say, you know I have family in Bushrock Island.
Right, but yes, how it works. They will not get citizenship.
What happened to the microphone?
Mike's not on.
My microphone.
Mike, light on.
Light is on. Hello. Are we there, sister? Yeah. Okay. This is how it works. First, I told you before, we will process the visa upon arrival. When they arrive in Liberia, a week, we take them to the immigration. They will apply for resident permit. That's the first thing they're gonna get. When you get a resident permit,
It's going in and out.
yeah, when you get a resident permit, then
out.
From that
I can
point,
hear you, go ahead.
yeah, from that point, the next step is becoming citizen of Liberia. In a recent time, we have a gentleman that came. He came from Suriname, here in South America. He came to Liberia and he said he wanted a resident permit because he came to work for SRDC Sewa Liberia. As an NGO, we took him to the immigration. He actually got visa upon arrival. Within 2 weeks, he got his resident permit. That resident permit allowed him to travel on all ECOWAS country. All he had to do is go to the embassy of the ECOWAS country. He will not need a visa like if he's using American passport or his passport from South America. So right now he's visiting Ghana. When you get a resident permit, you also get ID card, national ID card. From that national ID card, then, like I said, the next step is when you apply for your citizenship. Upon receiving the citizenship, he does not have to give us a passport from his country. He keeps a passport. But he also has Liberian passport. Liberian passport benefit is only to travel any ECOWAS country, no visa. But if he was to go to South Africa, East Africa, North Africa, you will require visa because Africa is not United Africa. The only place where it's united is only on the ECOWAS level. That's all. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
The American community in Liberia, especially right now, is growing. We have a young lady that came from Atlanta, Georgia, Lisa White. Lisa came to Liberia with United Nations, and she was the head of the Army radio in Liberia. After that, she left. Then World Bank brought her to Liberia. She fell in love. She said, no, I'm not going back anywhere. I remain in Liberia. Lisa sold her house in Atlanta. Lisa lives in Liberia. Lisa is a resident and only 2 passports. Laura is also in Liberia. Laura is from Michigan. She has a Liberian passport. Laura got her U.S. passport. But let me tell you the downside of Liberian passport. If you're coming home to the U.S., you cannot use Liberian passport because you will require visa. So when you come into the U.S., you put your Liberian passport in your handbag, and then you come with a U.S. passport. But when you are coming back to Liberia, you don't have to have a visa to enter. You come into Liberia by the way of Ghana, you don't need visa because you only use your ECOWAS passport. Morocco entered the ECOWAS country. We used to have to get visa to enter Morocco. Morocco entered ECOWAS in 2019. But the legality there is Morocco has strong money. Money is the key to this dual citizenship. Morocco said our money is strong, stronger than the West African money. Who to bring this money? Is it France? Is it China? To have united one currency, because we don't have to get visa to move from one country to another. So the opportunity is open, especially Liberia. You can start from Liberia first. You've been there. So I say, tell them to come. I'll be waiting to receive them. I will get all of them visa upon arrival as we planned before. Thank you.
In addition to that, the question you asked about, or you made a statement that some people find it difficult to settle in Liberia. The situation here is given that Liberia was in 2 decades of war. Of course, there's infrastructural problem and other services that you will not get in a place like Ghana or Nigeria or other developed or African countries. So most people come to Liberia and they have those challenges. They have to decide whether they want to deal with that, how they're going to deal with that. You talk about the person who was working remotely. If we have challenges with internet services and or electricity, then it will be difficult for someone who's working remotely, because obviously they're going to have a problem making connectivity and stuff like that. But outside of that, the whole process and the whole discussion is about us returning to help to develop our country, our continent and our countries. And Liberia is an open door, virgin place to go and start with, unlike where you are, where you need to have such exuberant sum of money to start a business. So.
Thank you very much for that. With that being shared, there's a lot that's happening in this particular convening, and I'm being mindful of time. Well, actually, I should say I'm not mindful of time, because nobody seems to. That's not a concern right now. Yeah, they're ready. They've been ready. Give thanks. Empress, you prepared? Okay. This is what I appreciate. Please come forward. Please come forward. I appreciate this. I like when people give me things in writing. Let us take a moment to just receive Ross Buki, president of Good Music Pro. And I think it's really powerful to be able to see that we have alongside him his Empress, and has here Black Queen Selassie, founder of Good Music Pro, Honorable Empress Suri Nurse. And again, these are our Afro-Panamanian brothers and sisters that are sharing with us alongside. I know I got Jamaica on the other side as well. So I really just would like for us to just welcome them as they share a presentation. And they're very kind, and they're commuting like a good couple of hours back and forth to spend time and be here with us right here in Panama. So we're very grateful. It has here Rastafari, Cultural Ambassador of Jamaica and Latin America, Chairman of the Rastafari Global Reasoning and Jamaica, alongside the University of the West Indies. Yui in the house, all right. Give thanks, Rasputin. And I think it's also important to be able to see that these are those sisters and brothers. They are, as they said the other day, they represent some of the younger generation here that are involved in Pan-Africanism, African fundamentalism, and of course Rastafari in regard to the global reasoning in these discussions in full support, and are looking to establish SRDC circles and so forth here. So let us welcome Rasputin and Empress Yesuri, nurse, give thanks.
Rastafari give thanks. I need to say a prayer. We open our dissertation today in our language, Amharic. The name is Our Father Prayer. Sebagai masakan membesa sebagai tujuan ai Jesus Kristus Rastafari kamawi ai Israel first. Abatashi no yet selot abatashi no besma de manitor sines dikedes megis simita fakadishin nanesh and the meeting you and hile and harra to the next Jerusalem bedelenya chiker bedelenya tebelelulin whether feta acta giba kekifu animal and her megis Latina cardinal Midgaram Leslie Alemo Amen. It's Sagan Wambesa separated with the Tobia I Jesus Christus Kamawi I Selassie Ja Rastafari blessed
Good afternoon. Thank you all for inviting us here today. For me, it's a pleasure. I applaud you all for this work that you are doing for the upliftment for Africa unity, unification of Africa. Whenever give thanks. Glory to words, glory to song, glory to the powers of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Selassie first for having us together here in this oneness. I give thanks. I as Rastafarian, as Sister told you, we're in 2003, Rastafari Global Reason at the University of West Indies. I was the chairman for the Rastafari Youth Panel. And as you know, downtown Jamaica, Kingston, the youths, because of what had happened to our history, the youths become so serious and violent at times. And we have youth coming to us and changing from the badness to good, meaning putting down the guns and putting out all those things and change around their life and start for the Rastafari. So we have youth at that conference that change into they're selling books and doing more positive things in their community. So we continue with that energy to change the youth, to take them out of the bad, the systems that to destroy our black youth, black brothers and sisters and all this. So it's a work that never ceases. We always have to continue to do this and give the opportunity to the youths as we get in this opportunity here today. As a Rastafarian, a black African here in the West, over 150 years, the Nyabingi Rastafari, Ancients of Days, King David and King Solomon, Ancients, always calling repatriation now. Repatriation now. Meaning that we want to go back to our home, Mother Africa. We are here just for a moment. Our destiny is to be in Africa. Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, all in Africa. But the elders there was always saying Ethiopia. So with this conference and the group of ones that is here, I want to say we would like on your agenda reparation and repatriation to be bracketed on your agenda as black people who are fighting for African unity. And our intention is to work together to build Africa, We are artists, we are talented ones, we are masons, we are carpenters, and we are willing to go to Africa to help build Africa. As Marcus Garvey used to say, it is our business, so we will attend our business according our business. So, of course, for me, I'm very much happy because Rastafari uphold history and philosophy. So, if it wasn't for Rastafari, our black history, the root that maybe would have lost. But Rastafari stays strong. No university, reject Babylon education, reject money, all these things Rastafari have rejected just to uphold the African. So I am giving my black brothers and sisters this message today to feel comfortable. Rastafari is with you, and Rastafari will lead I and you through paths of righteousness. Because we know that righteousness shall exalt the nation, and we know that good over evil, right? And righteousness shall cover the earth as water cover the earth, right? Righteousness shall cover the earth as water cover the sea. So that's the direction we are in. But my point today and my importance is to help push reparation and repatriation to be part of the agenda of this organization that we are here with today. Let me get the name clear. The 6 regions there are Caucasus, SRDC, 14 annual international summit. We are saying we are pushing, we are agitating for reparation and repatriation. Reparation, transitional justice also. And I heard a sister from Liberia, and the Africans one that is here today. It's space, the land space that is in Africa that is needed to develop. And we have the youth in the Caribbean forced to be in crime because we don't get the reparations. And if those youths would know what we are doing here today, they will be on the other side. And those are black youths. And family that is destroyed. We have to continue work. We have to set up programs for them so that they can change, because we willing and ready to help develop the motherland Africa, from Cape to Cairo. Iliad, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. I will now hand this mic over to the Queen, and any question pertaining to what I just said that one would like to acquaint with, I'm here to answer. Love you, one perfect.
You want to ask a question?
No, we asked for questions.
No, after she's finished talking.
It's okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, give thanks for your question again. My dissertation name is Rastafari Proclaim Reparation and Repatriation. my topic is winning of the Second Continental Conference at Harvard University in December. And my name is Empress Jesuit Nurse. I'm an Afro-Panamanian leader. Everybody know. My mission here and my vision is make the inclusion in this cyber society. Because in the history of our country, Panama, them say in the books the Afro-descendant people coming with this slavery culture and create a subculture when they talk about Black people and mislead many of the most important information. I'm talking about the Afro-Antillan people coming in from the Caribbean islands. Our tradition, example, my roots, my ancestors, then teach my father and my uncles the Kumina culture, the Kumina religion, and the Kumina drums to liberate himself. But in our country, Panama, they see this kind of practice too dangerous, and then cut our culture in 1920. And my grandmother, she built 2 churches here in Panama. And this church made the Pan-African movement going better in our next level. Now, in this time, with the 6th region and the work of our elder leaders in the Afro-Panamanian civil society, I can do different things. My first thing, in 2 years, I have a Gestión Nacional de Inclusión Multicultural y Pluriétnica. Somebody can help me? Everybody can understand what I say? Yes, great. With this work, la Gestión Nacional de Inclusión Multicultural y Pluriétnica, I push the inclusion for our culture and our identity. That's the first thing, because always then confuse and never give us any opportunity. We never have the opportunity. We always have to fight and go over. We have something or little. And this is the end of this kind of things. Recently, in January, the Rastafari National Community elected me like executive secretary. And I bring for my community a plan for make our own identity international. And I create this document, what I have here, what show our sovereignty. That's the first thing. Our African name, our natural name from here, the number, what the government gives us, and the number of registration legal of I&I organization. Because then you see I&I like the less of the Black movement, Rastafari, the most important part. La piedra del ángulo que los edificadores rechazaron. ¿Sí?
Will be the head cornerstone. The stone that the builder refused will be the head cornerstone.
Give thanks, Rastafari. So I don't talk nothing what the family don't know. So I start to work, and I put in the middle of the city, Caledonia, the place of our I&I ancestral built the church.
I make a request for our government, because with this decade of Afro-descendant people, we have the opportunity for receive, develop justice and recognition for our people. And I present this plan and the government like it and then support me a lot now to do my things. So I have the opportunity to put a name on the street with the name of my father. My father is the first black man who worked in the national television, black and white. And her grandmother is this great lady, what I talked before, who created church and give him the education, because her mother died in this conflict here in Panama when our people fight for come to the canal area or permit this border of the American people and Afro-descendant people and Panamanian people. 1964. And all these things create in me a consciousness to search and request a next street in other providence, calling the space, then give us a land to develop for the Rastafari purpose. And now we don't start because we claim for them cleaning the river with a project with the Ministerio de Salud, then cleaning the Bahia de Panama to put the river beautiful better. So we have the advance in certain things. But for me, the most important thing in this period is May 2023, the first time when the 6th region touched Panama, because we have a universal ambassador of peace in the 6th region Commonwealth Chambers, the Honorable Melida Barrow Harris. This lady brings the journey of reconciliation of the motherland Africa with the diaspora, and bring to the Panamanian people the opportunity to know and acting in this thing of the 6th region, because in the news, in the national news, we never hear nothing about these things. I don't see any propaganda about these good things for the Afro-descendant people here in Panama. See? So what this honorable lady said yesterday, I love it, because she's international people and she don't see nothing. I make a research in the internet and I find Mr. Kumba. I may never know him, I'm the Empress. And I search information and look at me here now with faith. So, me feel rejoiced and we share with everybody my experience, and I hope we can open space to put this next part of my work with you and you. Because May 25 we included in our Pan-African national calendars, May 25. Because my organization, or we create an embassy, all the different Rastafarian people ambassadors, they can come and register and we can work together. We always push to recognize officially our days, because Rastafari always proclaim the Black days, the Black celebration. September 11, Ethiopia, New Jersey. January 7, Nativity of Ethiopia, Christmas. So for I and I, people, the others brethren know about Kwanzaa and more days, Juneteenth, more days, but our people need to know where they come from. You see me?
August 31st.
Yes, progressive. I believe progressive because we are coming from Africa. We come from Africa. See? So I make the first Pan-African symposium of Panama, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Show our people the importance of our day, the knowledge about how we find this great day, Africa Liberation Day. The Prince Ermia Saleh Selassie Haile Selassie put her sign and recognized our Gestión Nacional de Inclusión Multicultural y Pluriétnica and give us the opportunity to start to work more direct with this African Union because we never know certain links and we have to do to make our work come into reality, can touch our dreams. See, it's tough to thinking and believing and praying with the closed eyes and we can't see what's going on and the spirit. Certain things, what is white supremacy, make us believe. So I have different links to share with everybody about my work, pictures, the stepping, and of course, our high interest in make formal all these things, including in the African Union and the 6th region diaspora caucus, and this interesting project of our African brothers and sisters who maybe can grow because Rastafari have many books right here in Panama and in Latin America. Panama have a convention with different countries and make the first Black library, Haile Selassie. Is here in Panama, in Colombia. And the Boboshanti family have this legacy. And give thanks, yes, give thanks for the time. I know it's late and I appreciate your attention. Blessed.
There's a question, I know you have, and then there's a question, there's a couple of questions in Zoom.
Thank you, you great you warriors. I love you. Really. And you know what I love? The love between you both. Yesterday when you were to your statement, I saw your empress looking at you so proud. And I felt happy. You know why? I have a daughter and a son. And I love how also they are, because I don't want they divorce because of not understanding each other. And so that is also that I look at. But you see, on this conference, I put 2 topics. The one was about the Durban Declaration and the Program of Action. The other was the UNDK for people of African descent. That in itself, I can tell you I have developed workshops, curriculum, about the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, and it is something like 2 weeks to understand also the impact of the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, and also the UN Decade. So we can do some things by maybe WhatsApp phone. If you organize something, I will be there. 3 things I would like to inform you. Look, you know why I'm afraid to die? I am afraid to die because sometimes I'm thinking that if I die, a whole library dies. And our elders, we have a lot of elders who have a library here. When I was young, I was sitting next to my grand people with a microphone. This was old microphone, and I was asking them to teach me about several kinds of issues. So that is how I learned as a youth from my elder people. Because we must teach our youth. We must show them some issues.
Is it fine?
And the point is
I think I'll come there for a while. I like this one better than yours.
The point is that even our elder people from now, they don't teach, they don't even discuss about these issues amongst each other. This was an important issue to put on the agenda because you must realize that after 2 World Conferences, African people put at the first World Conference the slave trade and the issue of reparatory justice, apology, repatriation, everything. The second conference, they only want to put the apartheid. But what happened at the second conference is that the Jewish people asked to take out that Zionism is a crime against humanity. So then they negotiate between apartheid, abolish, and the other units and take it back as crime against humanity. And the third World Conference was 20 years ago. And then we have this 9/11 issue. First of all, directly after the Durban Declaration, the African people, leaders, they fight in Barbados. And there were a lot of splits. Why we couldn't, you know that. There were a lot of splits between these elders who has their own opinion. Yes? And we forget after 9/11. The world was in another kind of, terrorism, blah, blah, blah. And it looks like it was that it must be so that we forget the DDPA, the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. With everything that you brought, that you speak about, is there. I can give you the articles where it is. After no political will, in not one, even in Central America, the Caribbean, Europe, never. They take 1 year, international year people of African descent. After that year, no political will. Then we had the UN Decade for people of African descent, and we are now in the 8th year. The 8th year of the UN Decade of people of African descent. In the 8th year, 1.5 year rest. We don't see political will. But we have at the UN, we have a place for the civil society to speak. Every year, every 2 years, in every country, also in Panama, If Panama is member of the Commission on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, every 2 years they have to report to the United Nations what they have done. So I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna support you to show you how you can keep your government accountable, because the government is obliged to negotiate with the civil society, what you are, about what they are going to report to the United Nations. And you are obliged, you may ask your government where the National Action Plan is regarding the youth and the kids for people of African descent. Further, reparatory justice. This is an issue where I surely know that Central America, Latin America, were gathered together with CARICOM in 2013. The Garifuna people from all this region, they gathered with CARICOM. So we have to look at the reports of CARICOM, what has said, and you are very right to seek international support. I will give you instructions about the many international coordination committees that exist. I will send you also information about, she is in Costa Rica, Epsi Campbell. Epsi Campbell is nominated to be a member of the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent. In December, they are coming together and civil society has received an invitation. I will send you the invitation so that you can ask to go in Geneva, I think 3 and 4 December. Then you can go there and you tell your story. But Epsi Campbell is for this region. We have in Colombia, we have Pastor Murillo. They have seat in the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent. I'm gonna send you their information and let me know how they respond on you.
Very important.
Okay? And thank you. Keep this in mind, power. I'm so happy that we have people who care. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, it was just reparation, repatriation, and the Black Star Line ship must leave from Panama to go back to Africa. The black people of Panama and Costa Rica, they bought this shareholder for going back to Africa many, many years ago. Some elders still have those papers here. And we have to, the massive of the black people, we must move back to Africa. Yeliyai, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. We give thanks this moment, give thanks to our ancestors, give thanks to the ones that have come from that distance to the sea, give thanks for the journey, give thanks for this unification. This is the way we must be. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy of creation. It was in the beginning, so shall it be. Yeliyai, Selassie. Jah, Rastafari. Yeliyai, Jah, Rastafari. One perfect love for black people over land and distance.
And let's give thanks for the presentation that has been shared by our Vicky and his mentor, Ms. Serena. We have a question inside of the chat. Okay, just give me a second because they've been waiting to ask a question.
Kofi has his hand up. Baba Single may have his hand up too. I'm not sure.
All right, well, let Kofi. Okay.
He might have stepped away for a second. He's unmuted a couple of times while we were going down now. So I can ask both of them to unmute, and whichever one jumps in.
Who was that you kept seeing?
It was Dr. Kofi and Baba
Single was unmuted now. He was raising his hand like this, so I'm gonna assume that he had something he wanted
Go ahead, Baba Senghor. We're getting towards our closure. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, greetings, Rastafari. I'm not going to take long. I just want to greet my brothers and sisters there in Panama and Rastafari who participated in the presentations and let them know that we are with them 100%. I'm with SRDC, but I'm also with the UNIAACLR since 2020, founded by the Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, and we are with you 100%. We really appreciate your presentation. Just want to let you know you got brothers and sisters up in the northern part of the Western Hemisphere that are very much in one with you. Keep up the great work. We applaud SRDC for the work they're doing. And
Yeah, Selassie, Jah.
Give thanks. Thanks, Baba Senghor. Dr. Kofi, I know you've been patiently attempting to join us, but are you still available? All right. You may have had to step away. But we did.
I'm anticipating that. I said we were just
okay. All right. Your moderator is about to sit down. So before I sit down, I'm going to entertain this question, and then your moderator is going to ask us to come together so that we can close, please. And she's going to sit down. Give thanks.
Yeah, the questions I have is like, I know the Rastafarians at some point looked at Haile Selassie as a matter of divinity. Does that still hold true today, looking at Haile Selassie as a god, or was he just a religious figure?
That's more than we can do right now.
For me, that's not a hard question. I will answer it. For me, I embrace it as I got a mind. I got a mind. You see, the term God is supreme being. And the last 100 years, if we look to the human being of man, you know, see none greater than Haile Selassie. And if you see one of them greater than Haile Selassie, you can't care. I'm sure. Here they are. Selassie. Did I answer your question, though? Did I answer his question properly?
I think the question was answered because I think that it's important that some questions that we may ask require another day of gatherings and reasoning and food and nourishment and juice and tea and water and coffee.
And I want to thank you. Marcus Garvey gave us is a prophet. We don't see Marcus Garvey as just a national hero from Jamaica.
So that's why we try very hard to cover as much as we can. So with that being shared, and because we have not been able to get Dr. Kofi back on, as he was very patiently awaiting to be on this platform, I just would like to get us together for a moment. We've been in this 6th Region Diaspora Caucus 14th Annual International Summit. We've covered a significant amount of information. If we just look at the conference schedule, just navigate while some of our African brethren and sisters have convened, over the course of decades. There's centuries of knowledge and wise counsel and experience around African revolution and Africanism, repatriation, preparatory justice, restitution, all types of concepts affecting our African people. And we've been very fortunate to be here inside of Panama. It's very historic that we are physically as well as virtually inside of Panama. That in of itself speaks volumes. There you go. Speaks volumes to what we're bringing to the table for our brothers and sisters. We were able to have the Congo dancers, to be specific, the Congo de Panama really opened up our cultural activities when we started, And it was really powerful to be able to see how culture, history, technology, education, spirituality was all intertwined in that presentation. And we're very, very thankful for that opportunity to see that. And that was sponsored by the Teaching Artists Institute. I want to give a special thanks to TAI for just making that possible. We've been very fortunate to have members of the Afro Panamanian Foundation for Sustainable Development here in Panama, through the embodiment of our comrade, our brother, our translator, transliterator like no other, brother Melvin Brown, again, deserves a resounding round of applause. We were able to have an introduction, even in the midst of certain shifts in his journey here, from SRDC International Facilitator and Executive Director of SRDC International, the Honorable Dr. David L. Horn, who we realize is still wearing his gift from Liberia that is definitely showing all the work that he's made. I would like to make sure, and I know he may not be in the room right now, but to give recognition also to Baba Kumasi, who has been able to be on the ground doing all of the planning and logistics, making sure that not only this particular conference, but all of the different conferences and travels and journeys and projects have been in place. We were very fortunate to have Professor and social planner Edley Hall Reed. I see that there's another caucus, so I'm just going to make sure that I acknowledge for the purpose of record, for sharing a lot of detail around Costa Rica, Central and South America, and the connection to the youth in particular. The Honorable Dr. Beryl Bickman of the AUAD-SFWG, again, it says Netherlands, but I always refer her as the sister queen mother of the entire African world and the globe. So we're very thankful for Dr. Bickman and her exceptional work. All of this, we were very fortunate, Mr. Veronica Forte, Port of Oneka, Panama, to really give us some guidance and give us the context in which Oneka is working here in Panama. We're very fortunate to have Brother Sidney Francis alongside his beloved wife to really share another message of strength this day. And of course, the Honorable Madam Louise W.M. COA, CEO of Sedway Liberia, alongside her beloved granddaughter, Brittany Hardman. I want to thank her for just making the technology, everything very good. We were very fortunate to also have a special address for those, as we tighten up certain editing, we'll be able to pull at least the audio from some of these committees. There were some very informative presentations, inclusive of an address on Marcus Garvey and Afro-Latino population by the President General of the UNIAACL-RC 2020, President General Achille Nkrumah. And again, we're seeing that the discussions around Afro-descendants, around readdressing Pan-Africanism, about our presence in Africa, our relationships with the African Union, having Brother Cliff Kumba share not only making the technology flow and keeping the Zoom space available, but also offering the SRDC methodology and how, whether it doesn't work, but we were able to see some strategies and tactics that can be streamlined and really developed into what we're doing in 2022 moving forward. That's what the highlight of what we were able to bring together in all of these convenings. There was, these investment opportunities, the Pan-African Public Library Project, the Maisha Washington Scholarship Fund piece, and all of the different educational, cultural, economic elements that were shared here. And I saw some persons in the Zoom room that were very quiet, and that must have been because they were just being polite and nice to us. But there were some serious stalwarts around African development, African revolutionary work, and African upliftment that were on this Zoom space. And I'm hoping that their comments or questions and whatever has been left in the chat will also be offered and shared. A special thanks for our sisters and brothers that stayed in and out of our Zoom virtual spaces, whether we started on time or not, and also for the phenomenal informative, detailed, on-the-ground experiences that were shared by Dr. Ahmed Maulana of the Ministry of the Future in Ghana, as alongside our sister queen, Mrs. Grace Abina James of the 6th Region African Diaspora Alliance in Tanzania, like what they're able to offer to us around what's taking place on the ground while we're here in Panama, where they are in Tanzania, Ghana, and the connections within the continent were very, very resourceful, very rich. Again, I did my best to try to keep us where the leadership of SRDC desired us to stay and focus. So I hope for those that did not ever get my name and just keep calling me doctor will know that my full name is Chinsera Davidskaya. Just that sister over there that is serving certain words with you. But I'm very, very grateful to, there's another piece, yes?
Can we click and see what the Al is on the?
And as is customary, another shift in the agenda.
No, just to see what.
Dr. Alfonso Washington, are you still here, available to share? Are you with us? Because again, like I said, there's some powerful stuff. Hey!
I'm here, and I appreciate the acknowledgement. I also am pleased to see Dr. Sekou Bay here, who I met in South Carolina. I'm also glad to see Sydney here. While from Nicaragua, I haven't seen him since our second conference. I'm also glad that David Horn, it's good to see you, brother. To see you doing well. I've been trying to reach you. I was worried about you, but I see you doing well. I appreciate everything that happened today. Good to see you, Cliff. Thanks for keep sending me those notes. Nobody said anything that was not correct. Everybody made a significant contribution, and I appreciate the fact that I was able to stand in and listen and learn, and this was a learning experience for me, and I pray that as we move along, we'll keep helping each other to be successful in a Pan-African way, because that's where we are. We're all African. Wherever we are African people, and we must support each other in that way, whatever way we can. Whatever we can do it good, do it for our best, and do it for Africa. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Washington, again, very tight with the African diaspora affairs, particularly around economic development and Chamber of Commerce networks and much, much more. He was very, very humble in that regard because he does a lot in terms of teaching how we really engage with economic development, financing, and a much more. That's a limited conversation. With that being shared, I would like to ask everyone. I'd like to ask everyone to just come towards the center.
Can I say something, please? I know you're short of time, but we have a Rastafarian there on the Zoom from Anayabingi priest that's there also, Rastani. He just joined us right now while we were speaking about reparation and repatriation. So one of them are recognized.
He's on the Zoom?
Yes, it's right here on the Zoom.
Yes, I'm saying, just open up the chat so we can see. I'm gonna make one of you all volunteer for this next time.
That's Rastani. Rastani, you there? Can you hear us? Can you greet the family?
Greetings.
Yes, you can tell the family who you are. They understand English and Spanish and African language.
Word to word, word to sound, word to power, King of Kings. Yes, and people without history is like a tree without a root. You thanks to say brothers and sisters get together, reasoning and the welfare of the nation. That is what in the topic right now, repatriation and reparation.
Wow, reparation now.
Give thanks. So family, can we come towards this center table? Because the intention is so that everyone can see everyone at the center table. Right, just stand around the table. We're going to do a picture and we're going to close out our session. Yes.
Thanks.
Give thanks. Okay, find out if Dr. Kobe is going to share.
I'm here.
Give thanks. Yes, Dr. Kofi, please share your remarks. We're getting ready to close, but you have come, so you are getting part of our final word. Thank you.
I can't hear you well.
Oh, okay. Can you go ahead and speak, please, Dr. Kofi?
Am I going to do what?
We want you to just give us solidarity. They get ready to close up. They just want you to give a short solidarity.
Okay, Senor. Thank you very much for supporting our brother for the excellent work he has done. From Baltimore to Panama is a long way. But the amount of time he has put in since I last met him about 20 years ago is a very serious work. But I am very disappointed in the sense that people want to go to Africa, not knowing that Africa is colonized for all the years that you guys have been out here and longer. And they don't know anything at all. Only quite recently Africans are beginning to see anything. There were no schools. School came into my village in 1950. I was 10 years old. No school anywhere. Kept us dark. So don't expect much when you go to Africa. I've been here since 1962, and I formed Sons and Daughters of Africa in enticing you guys to join. Nobody joined. The idea is that as a lawyer, I know what to say, what to do, but I can't do it. I met Cliff, and Cliff took off and is doing his. But the point is this: Africa is not Africa at all. It's tribal groupings. Each tribe is a country, and when you go, make sure you are going to a country, and you see in any country there are tribal people and the government. So you go into a tribe. Don't say you are going to Ghana. You go into a tribe. Go to Ashanti, where I'm from. And the Ashantis may not have idea what you guys are doing here. But eventually we are evolving. We are coming up. The news are coming up gradually. Like I said, I started in 1970 from Sons and Daughters of Africa because I realized you guys here are Sons and Daughters of Africa, and we must get you. I'll direct your attention to read the book of Ezra in the Bible and find out how it was done previously. Now, Brother Cliff is doing the right thing because AU has given it a mandate to do what he's doing, but not the other groups that refer to us now as a Pan-African. There's nothing like Pan-African now. It's over. We move to Organization of African Unity. That is over. Now we are in AU. Now, if you can't deal with AU, don't call yourself an African, because that's where we are. And you are moving gradually to form a government which Marcus Garvey asked for us to do. Now it's going to be difficult, but we are doing it. I see it very clearly. It is not that easy. There are all kinds of coups and killings and all kinds of nonsense going on in Africa. And I beg you, Africa is yours, but be careful. Since I formed Sons and Daughters of Africa with the intention that we can group and learn, and then when you go to the continent, you can meet the group. I tested it with Nigeria, and it worked like magic in 1973. Carol Page from Atlanta went to Nigeria as a member of SADA, and then the members of SADA in Nigeria met her at the airport, changed her clothes, put on Nigerian clothes on her. I'm a Ghanaian. But when Carol came back, she was shocked. What I'm saying is this: if you organize as a tribal groupings and be part of our people, instead of being just Americans there, it will work for us, because the tribes are very serious. But when you go out there, you are not dealing with the tribes, because you got to find out. You deal with the government of Ghana, and the government of Ghana is nothing, as far as I'm concerned. Nothing but peace. So you go out there and you meet my people who are tribal in Accra, you meet the Ghans. who are tribal, but you don't know them. And you know the president and these people, they don't count. At all, they may pass on, like Nkrumah passed on, they may all go, but these leaders of the tribal groups will ever be there. And that is where we get very serious with, because when we go, if you read the book of Ezra, each one of you will go to your own town. How? Because I came from Ghana and I'm teaching you tree. Ask Nana Kwabra. I'm teaching you tree, so that when you go to my people, you can speak with them, and they will never know the difference between me and you. That's what we should be doing. For our children and children, for me, I see 2,000 years from now before we can be people. Those who are coming back. Going there are coming back. Because we are not prepared. The continent is not prepared, and our people here are not prepared. And the white man who is between us and the governments who are also between us are creating all kinds of confusion. You see, when you come to your own town, I'll start with one example. Under Rawlings' government, I had a friend called Reverend Damwa. He was the Prime Minister of Rawlings. And a brother came from New York without a passport or a visa. So he came to our airport, and I was waiting for my children coming from Washington. They asked him a question, "Where is your passport?" He said, "I don't have a passport. I came to my country. Ghana is my country." He said, "Ghana is not your country. You come from America, blah, 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 blah." So I called the officer, he came to me, and I said, "Look, you heard what he said. He came to this country. I'll take him to Reverend Damwa. You deal with Reverend Damwa." So I took the brother to Reverend Damwa and told him, "Reverend, the brother has come. He got no papers. He said he came into this country." He said, "I'll handle it." And I never heard from the brother again. I went to Damwa, he's busy like hell. What am I telling you is this: you are doing the right thing. You are seeking a way out to Africa. And I'm saying the governments cannot help. The tribes can help. To get to know the tribes, you get to know the government, who are blocks and put impediments, paying taxes, paying this, paying all kinds of nonsense they put there. Now you do accident. If you ask in God, I told you 1970 somewhere, that we want African Americans to have dual citizenship. There are steps to do it. And you could have done it from 1970 until now, but nobody joins. So I go back and forth. But gradually we are on. Now, I hope all of you will listen to and support Cliff in whatever he's doing, because he has the mandate of AU to organize our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain. I'm going to pass the mic because I want everyone to take a breath, like I started, and I want you to give like less than 5 words. What is our charge? I'm going to start. Revolution now. I'm going to say it. Mapinduzi ni sasa. That's my word.
Connection and unity.
Give thanks. Give thanks.
Educate.
Any question?
No, it's not a question.
Educate, agitate, organize.
Organize, yes. Organize. These organized people are useless and hopeless. That's why we are, both here and there.
At present time, immediately right now.
Love and understanding.
Yeah. I'm a Neo, I'm a wet. We who wear, yeah, we are or we live again.
But anyway,
we need mass mobilization on both sides. We need information sharing on both sides.
Ubuntu connected.
Tenaztelen, saludos, welcome.
Reconexión al Ubuntu. I want to go back home. No one want to go back home. Go back inside for a powerful outcome.
Cliff, you must work together. You do the right thing.
I need you to stay for a second. Just hold it up for a second. We're getting reflection from the rest of the family. Just one moment. Give thanks.
Oh yeah, stick to it. Yes, no divisions.
Help unify Africa. We have to have a united African states.
With all of us as citizens. Pan-Africans building a post-colonial civilization. Thank you.
One blood, one race, one God, one destiny. Africa united.
Unity and connections. Organize, 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 organize.
Stop this error.
Recognition and inclusion.
Bibi Fahore Uhuru Sasa.
Didn't get you.
Reparation, repatriation, representation, rehabilitation, reconstruction. Those are the 5 words. The arm that connects them, grassroots power, fingers, fist.
Okay, so we got this. Tell us our word again.
I'm on the yo.
I'm on the way.
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 See, we have to start and end like that so that we can keep this kind of energy together, because sometimes when we're doing these convenings, it gets too long. So again, as we started, really asking that we give thanks and praise to the one most high, live each day daily for the one most divine, and that we shall do it tomorrow just as we do it today. So we come in peace, we come in tranquility, we come in balance, we come in harmony, and we leave the exact same way. Ashe, amen, all the words, hallelujah, all of that. Dua and Terry. This has been a fabulous piece. Baba, we ready to roll? Elders, can we have permission to call it an adjournment now? Okay, youth, do we have permission to call it an adjournment now? Give thanks, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Woo!